Speakers on stage, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as I invite on stage the founder of CRED, Mr. Kunal Shah, as well as the Chief Executive Officer of NITI Aayog, we have Mr. BVR Subrahmanyam joining us on stage. A huge, huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much for both of you joining us this morning here at GFF 2025.
Thank you so much for being here, sir. I thought maybe the audience is, I would say, somewhat familiar with fintech, but what they would probably benefit from is get the government's vision on Viksit Bharat as a goal and a mission. And what does it mean? What does it encompass? What are the barriers? What are the enablers? Would love to kind of get a perspective. And then maybe we can come to the role of financial services and fintech as a path to achieve that goal.
So, as you all know, we are the 4th largest economy today. And the Prime Minister has set a goal for India to become a developed country by 2047. That means India will have a per capita GDP of about $18,000 and a total GDP of about $30 trillion. That's larger than the United States today, just to give you an idea of how big $30 trillion is. It's very difficult to imagine these numbers. Why are these goals being set? The goals are being set because I think the problems of the past have largely been resolved. The country was all about roti, kapda, makan, hunger, famine, poverty, ignorance, disease, illiteracy. These are the problems of India for the last 75 years. Those problems have largely been resolved. So we are at that point where we can take a great leap into the future. Countries which are at this point have had accelerated rapid growth. And that's been true of history across countries. So having identified that spot, these goals have been set. So what does it mean that when we become a developed economy? We become a country which not only is large in terms of GDP, we also have all the attributes of a developed economy. And I think that's the direction which the government is moving. And the government has very concrete plans, be it for individuals, be it education, healthcare, old age care, women, children, be it the economy, which is industry, finance, agriculture, the service sector, tourism, energy, green, all that stuff. Their plans are there. And science and technology, because the future is going to be driven by tech. So it is current technologies, frontier technologies, R&D, startup, this whole ecosystem. And of course, to support all that, a very strong governance system and a strong security system to make India take its rightful place in the world. So this is the larger concept or the larger picture within which the country is actually hoping to go ahead. And I think the Prime Minister has been alluding to it from time to time from various forums like this. But what's the importance of finance in this? Finance is the oil, which greases the wheels. Without finance, the world doesn't move. With dhana moolam idan jagat. So without dhana, the world doesn't move. Let's be very clear. And if you look at money, what is the purpose of money? If pure finance, 101 class economics will say, money is either a store of value or a medium of exchange. Correct. And a medium of exchange means it's amenable to technology. It's amenable to automation. Anything that can be exchanged can be done in different ways. Instead of physical, it could be electronic, it could be other ways, it could be just, virtual. So I think finance for a country with a $30 trillion economy, which is going to be technologically advanced, it will be very large. The financial sector in India is going to be very, very large. 2, what does it mean for organizations and firms? Firms and organizations in India will be equally large. Banking firms, financial firms. I have said before somewhere, we'll have our own JP Morgans, we will have our own Citibanks, that will be there. But simultaneously, that is if we think the way we are thinking today. 30, 25 years from now, do we still need organizations like that? Or there'll be newer types of organizations handling the financial function. And that's where technology and finance merge. And that's why you have this word fintech. And I think there you have a huge advantage. So the government actually is betting on fintech to handle A, India's finance needs or financing needs, and B, also make India a leader. Why make it a leader? The impact of finance has traditionally been a very slow-moving sector globally. You go anywhere, the banks in London, the banks in New York, what was there 1900 largely are there in 2000 also. Very, very slow moving. But if you look at the last 10, 15 years, there's been a rapid turnover, and that's because of tech. When tech impacts any sector, you have a discontinuity. And when you have a discontinuity, you have opportunity. And I think India is seeing that opportunity, exploit this discontinuity, and become a leader in fintech globally. And what are the biggest advantages? We have a large pool of talent, of people, both in tech as well as finance. And two, we have scale. Where in the world will you get a market which is 1.5 billion strong in terms of people? And thirdly, a huge penetration of the digital economy into our ecosystem. I think all this put together, I think gives India a phenomenal opportunity to be a leader in fintech. And the journey has been fabulous. It's not that it's something we are pulling a dream out of a hat. If you look at what we have achieved, I mean, the digitalization story of India, what I would call the India model, it is fintech at scale. I think that's the Indian model. And nobody else has been able to do it. You began with the JAM Trinity, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile. And look at the scale of that. Yep. 500 million Jan Dhan account. You take Aadhaar, 1.3 billion Aadhaar numbers. And then what was that followed by? That was followed by UPI. And UPI is what? About 20 billion transactions a year or something like that. I mean, the numbers are mind-boggling. Then they keep increasing every month. And now that's been followed up by ONDC. And the newer and newer innovations coming up. You've got the account aggregator framework. So India has already been pushing the envelope. And given this, I think we are at a stage where we can leverage fintech for making India a developed country and also become a global leader in fintech while simultaneously fulfilling our own needs of finance.
That's great, sir. Sir, you talked about a role of tech and financial services to kind of accelerate and make things more efficient. Would like to get your view on how is the government thinking about credit and how will tech be leveraged? We've already seen some work being done on ULI as a one initiative being taken, but what is the bigger vision behind credit? Because today, the truth remains that the credit penetration is still very nascent at this point of time for the country, and we need to get a lot more people included in the credit ecosystem. Would love to get your perspective.
Yeah. So what is old-fashioned credit about? You go to a bank or a money lender, you have collateral and you get a loan. Okay, nobody looked at what your capability of repaying a loan was. Fundamentally, you still depended a lot on collateral. Thanks to digitalization, the penetration of the digital economy and digital finance in particular, all our transactions are leaving traces. So people know our credit behavior, our money behavior, our income behavior, the patterns are very well known. So I think India was one of the leaders in coming out with the account aggregator framework. What was it all about? It was actually about building on what we have done in JAM to take it to the next level. So where the Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and UPI thing was all about transactions. Moving from that to use transaction data to know people's case histories of credit and enable people of cash, and then enable them to get credit. And I think that has led to a spurt. And there are large startups in Bangalore, in Mumbai, probably attending this festival, where they are actually making their credit decisions based on individuals' cash flows rather than their financial or their asset base that is there. And this is very, very fundamental. India's credit needs are humongous. I am not even going to go into the numbers. They are going to be in trillions of dollars. Because for a $30 trillion economy, you can see what the credit needs are. We have a country where everybody has a bank account. However, the bank accounts are largely being used for one-way payments. Either salaries or pensions or government subsidies, they're flowing into those accounts. Have they become avenues for saving, avenues for investment, avenues for taking credit? Not yet certain. I think the credit gaps are large, particularly for 3-4 categories. A, women. I think women taking credit is still very low. 2, MSMEs. I think we have a 20-25 lakh crore gap in credit for MSMEs. Their dependence on the informal sector is still very large. The third is youth. How many students actually are able to get loans to go to college? Again, a large. So you have large underserved segments where credit is difficult through traditional metrics. And Fintech, by actually leveraging access to data on people's financial, financial picture, are able to actually give credit based on other metrics. And maybe in smaller doses, going to larger doses. And we have good examples. You have got the Mudra scheme, where people are given loans, credit, and based on credit history, their loan amounts are being enhanced. Same thing is being done in PM Vishwakarma, which is for artisans, people who do handicrafts and carpenters and dhobis and nais. So it's there. And we've got actually now tons of people getting credit histories based on that. It's just that the pool is still too small and we need to expand it massively.
Perfect. Sir, I'm going to double click on one topic about, you talk about women's role in credit, but I think women's role in labor participation is going to be a big topic. You've discussed that in the past in many forums. For the Viksit Bharat vision, I think that's going to be one of the key factors. Would like to get your perspectives on how that trend is changing and how do you see this happening in the next 5-10 years?
So last 10 years or so, women's participation has gone up about 8-10%. But let me be very honest. Women's participation in the labor force in India is still not what it should be. I mean, that's half the population, right? You can't walk on one leg. Same way, economy can't walk on only half the population. You have to have women in equal numbers in the active workforce. I mean, there are studies which show that a 10% increase in women's labor force participation rate adds 1.5% to GDP growth rate. So if India's women's labor force participation rate, which is in the range of 35-40%, goes to the range of 45-50%, you'll be growing comfortably at 8%. Oh, wow. And that's the growth you want. Actually, unlocking India's growth miracle, one of the paths to that is just unlocking women's participation. I think that's a very, very easy solution. Now, what do women need? And I think tech will play a role. I won't reduce it to just fintech. Women have peculiar needs. They need far more flexible working hours. And I think that's very, very important because they have other responsibilities. A father can never replace a mother fully. So there are one set of responsibilities. The second set of things is women need safety. They also need assistance in terms of creches, childcare facilities, etc. Now, tech can play a role in multiple ways. Number one, they can get actually access to platforms which can provide flexible working approaches. I think the gig economy does a lot of that, and I know all of you know companies which actually engage women through the gig economy, gig platforms to do that. I think that's one. The second, NITI itself runs a women's entrepreneurship platform, and we did a survey. What do women need the most? Number one, credit. Women find it far more difficult to get credit than men. For a very simple reason, most assets are in men's name. Two, most transactions happen in men's name. So the women actually don't have track record and credit histories. So Jandan did a great thing. 60-70% of the accounts were in women's name, but I think we need to build that up more, number one. The second thing for women, of course, is safety. Provide safe transport. You will see that wherever there is a sense of safety, women's participation in the labor force goes up. Where do women work night shifts? Wherever you have an Apple factory in India today, you can figure out women feel safe there. Most people working in those factories are women, by the way. And the last but not the least is providing mentorship. Women need mentorship. Men get mentored by the other men. Women don't know whom to ask when they're in doubt. How do I file my tax return? How do I get a GST number? What do I do? How do I handle this particular problem? I think mentorship is missing in the women's space. Otherwise, they're fabulous entrepreneurs. They're the people, they're the self-help group movement in India. It's all being driven by women. And I think credit can play a major role in lifting these women. I think particularly the southern states, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, the SHG movement driven by credit. The SHGs originally were called thrift and credit groups. They later on were called self-help groups. So thrift credit group, TCG, was the original name. They joined together to save money to fund each other's small businesses. Could be a hawker, a street seller, or whatever. I think if we do that well, and that can be there. And I know a large number of finance companies, I don't know whether they are using, how much of tech they are using, actually cater to this segment. Some of them are mutated into small finance bank, but I think tech has a very large role because there are all such small ticket transactions. Typical banking systems can't serve them, it's too costly. Whereas tech-enabled finance can provide credit at low cost to this group of people, and they're desperate, they're thirsty for it.
This is, sir, there is another wave that we have kind of seeing some early results of is the wave of AI. I would like to get your perspective from what do you think that companies or individuals who are in the financial services industry should think about, and what is government's view on how AI could be leveraged? And you were earlier mentioning about how you are seeing implementations in the global stage in a very different manner. Would love to kind of get your overall picture on AI.
Yeah, so I mean, this is one of the most transformative changes that is hitting the world. It's hitting society, AI, and there's no denying that. It's a disruptor, and a disruptor on a scale which is pretty unprecedented. I don't think the worry is about jobs being lost. It's about jobs being replaced by new types of jobs. I think that's the larger thing. And what is AI going to do? AI is at a very low level, I'm not talking of an advanced level, is going to probably assist in existing functions. So it's going to be an efficiency enhancer. But the bigger thing, and I don't think that's even started in India, AI is going to help completely re-engineer processes. And I don't think we are even at the beginning of that journey. I don't think that realization has sunk in. We are looking at AI as a tool to make us better. You know, I want to write an essay, I want to write a letter, or I want to do a search somewhere, and AI will help us. So that's fine. That's one level kind of stuff, agentic AI or whatever you call it. But if you look at the full potential of AI, entire processes can be completely redesigned, you know. Assessing a person's creditworthiness in your own sector, assessing the risk behavior of a particular process, managing risk, checking fraud. AI can actually do it in a way which is inconceivable. What would that do? A lot of tasks which are done today manually would get done through AI. And I won't say individual. See, there are three levels at which AI will change. AI will change the way some tasks are performed. AI will change how processes are performed in some areas. And in some places, AI will completely change the need for a process itself. So given, it'll attack things at three levels. So improving the way a task is performed is an efficiency tool. But changing the way the process itself is performed is a job substitution game that is going to go on. And I think AI is going to affect that. In a limited context of fintechs, I think because India has got scale, India has got the technological capacity, and India has got the digital base, which is quite large enough. India should move very fast on AI, innovate, come up with new products, new processes, new ways of doing things to deliver a variety of services which the financial sector consumers need. What do they need? They need insurance, they need savings instruments, they need investment instruments, they need a whole host of products which are needed. I think AI can be a far efficient way of actually doing things, and it's time to start thinking of that. Now, what would it mean? And it would mean there will be a constant tussle, a friction between regulators and the fintech sector or the innovators. And this stress is built into the system. Regulators have to take care to see that there is no harm. And innovators have to keep generating value. So when you integrate AI, bring in new systems, new processes, new ways of doing things, new ways of delivering things, the current systems and the current checks and balances won't know how to handle that. Then how do you see that that innovation actually happens? How that it takes root? What we would need to do is we probably will need to create regulatory sandboxes. That is number one, to allow the experiment to be done. We have not been very great at that. I mean, let's be very honest. We need to do much, much more. Our regulators need to be nimble-footed. You know, create small areas or small pilots where you can test out some premise. Allow innovators to get in, fight it out, come up with solutions, and then If that succeeds, you can allow them to scale. I think that's, so from innovation to scale is a model which should be adopted by regulators. And how do you then measure the success of the innovation? A, if it's delivering superior outcomes in whichever metric, and two, how is it actually impacting your prudential norms, your safety norms? Once it passes those, you should allow that to scale. It would also require a change in the way regulators do regulation. I keep saying, in our tax system, for example, unrelated, but our entire tax system was designed for a pen and paper era. That's why you have forms, Saral 1, 2, 3, and this, that, etc. But when we say we actually make it electronic, we take that form and put it electronic. You still type it in and enter it, etc. When your entire financial transactions, the entire universe is electronic already, don't your taxation systems also need to change completely? You need to redesign them de novo, from bottom up. Already you know that when you go to your tax system, your AIS and TIS tells you much more about you than you knew, right? When you have all that, you actually can completely change your tax system is designed. Similarly, if you have got so much technology into your products, processes, the regulation also will have to take into account that and do it, which would lead to a higher order problem. The higher order problem is, do regulators have capacity in technology? Do they have capacities in managing technology? I think they also need to be upskilled. So I think that is one large area. One more change in regulation that may be needed to enable the potential of fintech to happen is moving away from institution-based regulation to actually activity-based regulation, Why do you regulate me as a bank? Why do you regulate me as a mutual fund distributor? Regulate me for the product or activity I am doing. So I could be the same institution. If this side I'm doing a banking product, regulate me as a banker and apply all your norms there. But on the other side, if I'm distributing a fund, regulate me as a distributor for that rather than as a banker and allow me to do all that. Currently, because we regulate institutions, you don't allow A to do B, B to do C. Whereas if you actually regulate activities, you will have far more flexibility. It will suit the fintech world much more. And let me tell you, the government is quite alive to this. I think the finance ministry and the regulators are in deep conversation to see how this can happen. We should not come to a situation where regulation stymies innovation to a point that innovation happens elsewhere. Innovation has no boundaries. Either you're first off the block, but don't think nobody will be off the block. Somebody else will be off the block if you're not.
This is a good point. A connected point, sir. I've been involved with fintech ecosystem now over 16, 17 years, sir, and I've also been an active investor in fintechs. I've invested in maybe 60, 70 fintech companies myself and built 2 of them. And one of the things that I'm noticing is, sir, that the investor interest that was there 5, 7 years ago is not the same anymore. In my view, it is largely as we are progressing towards evolution of fintech. We had a stage where we had to grow fast. We had to kind of become more mature in how we are handling things. But, sir, there is a structural challenge where you will see that today fintechs would be probably 5% of what the banking revenue in terms of scale is, in terms of profitability, probably much lower. Now, in terms of this structural thing, more and more capital will be needed for innovation, sir, because we need more risk appetite to back innovation, because not all innovation works out. You try it and sometimes it doesn't work out. How do you think that companies should think about it, investors should think about it, and does government have a view on this topic?
So, this is nothing to do with fintech alone. I mean, this is about all innovation, all tech, even more so deep tech.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's be very clear. Innovation ecosystems and financing for innovation actually grows on its own path. Nobody starts off in any ecosystem by funding deep tech innovation. I mean, it's probably 10, 20 years after an innovation ecosystem develops, the financiers are there, innovators are there, the whole ecosystem is there, then deep tech innovation starts getting funded. Similarly, I think we probably had an early boom. And the early boom because was also there because probably global capital was cheap. Okay, before the interest rates started going up 3 years ago, we were pretty close to globally zero interest rates. So there was a lot of cash flowing around the world, which funded a lot of startups in India, around the world, easy time, easy money. Those days are off. So the tightening is happening, no doubt about it. But then what happens is, there will still be money there for good ideas, good opportunities, and I don't think that money has vanished. The second is, in any sector, finance just being one, you have some initial wins because there's some initial ideas which are going to be successful. And then you go to a level and then you plateau. Then you will have some more breakthrough ideas which will take you to a next level or a larger pool of people or whatever. And then again you'll plateau. And then you'll have another idea which will take you to the next level. So I think, be it finance, be it any other area, this is it. What happens when you innovate, say, in finance? You'll probably serve easy markets first. And that's where the innovation happens, finance, tech, merge. You get some products, you get some firms, you get funding, you succeed. But then you saturate. Then it's only cannibalization. A new fellow comes and competes with an old fellow. But there's another market waiting outside cities which is probably not tapped. So you move into that. That requires a new thinking, new types of working, new types of processes. When those products come, you'll suddenly see another boom. Okay, I'll give you. We all use washing soap, right? People thought surf served the whole country till Nirma came along. And mind you, Nirma didn't cannibalize surf. It actually expanded the market. It took the market to some other areas which was not being served by surf, but in totality the market expanded, The same with Ghadi detergent, You are at that moment in fintech. We are probably in fintech struggling with the same pool of customers. Maybe the customer base is large. It's 100 million, 200 million. It's more than the population of countries. But if for a country with 1.4 billion, there's still a billion people outside who are not touched by fintech. And growing that is going to be new opportunity, but also new challenges. You need to come out with products, firms, processes to handle that. That little, person sitting in some remote corner of Uttar Pradesh or Himachal Pradesh who has a financial need. What is the product or what is the service which will fit his or her needs? Has to be thought through, a mechanism developed to deliver that. I think there are large parts where this innovation needs to be done. And when that happens, you'll have more money coming in. So I don't see finance is the shortage. If you're chasing the same market with newer and newer products, maybe you're going to run into hassles. But the market in India, I think, is largely still untapped. In many ways, I think we are in Fintech 1.0 world, We are just trying to use technology linked to some forms of traditional finance and pushing the envelope, enabling efficiencies to reduce ticket sizes, generate large volumes, etc. We are not yet into integrating AI, moving into what I would call, Fintech 2.0.
Yeah, sir, actually, we should probably conclude with your vision on what do you see. Let's say we are sitting in 2025 and we are imagining 2047 as a developed nation. There'll be every 5 years would require a landmark change in fintech to be kind of evolving. So let's talk about 1.0 has happened, it's played out, it's become a large ecosystem, has resulted in all these innovations. If you have to imagine 2.0, sir, what are the few things that you think about are going to be key enablers for that?
Okay, so today fintech is more about payments, maybe a bit more about credit. But the credit part is a small fraction of payment. Maybe you will actually have a fintech platform which meets all needs of an individual. So, a fintech money platform or a wealth platform which will include transactions, payments, savings, investment opportunities, insurance opportunities. The whole ecosystem is available to individuals through fintech. I think that's the higher order way of looking at it. And products which it hosts would cater to a large variety of customers, women, youth, MSMEs, people in remote areas, all kinds of stuff. The second is, fintech where AI is used to improve and customize any service it provides. I mean, with AI, you can provide far more customized credit. I mean, even using current technologies without AI, you would still have some buckets you will put people under. Whereas with AI, you can have highly individualized solutions that go to individuals, not just for credit, insurance, any product, mutual fund, pensions. I think Indians have just not been touched by pensions at all. The number not even, 10% of Indians have pensions. Wow. And if you look at our demography, today, India has 13 crore people who are old, above 60. And by 2047, that number is going to be an absurd 35 crore people.
Oh, wow.
That's more than the population of US today, who are going to be above 60. Where are the pension products? People are not even thinking in those lines, actually. And of course, insurance, pension, the whole range of stuff. So that is one. AI-assisted, decision. The other is, today, you're having a lot of state-led innovation happening in fintech. Maharashtra has a fintech hub. Telangana has set up something like that. Andhra is setting up something like that. I think I expect a far more dynamic ecosystem by 47, where the sandboxes are actually created at state levels. And they get freedom to innovate and permit new developments to happen. So then what happens is Bangalore becomes an innovation center, Bhubaneswar becomes an innovation center. That is one. Another area where I actually see, by 47, India would be a global leader in setting standards, across the world. What happens in India becomes the standard for the rest of the world, because again, by 2047, we would be larger than China by a comfortable 20 crores. By the end of the century, we will be twice the size of China, by the way. And the future is in our favor. It's a question of, are we going to do the right things? Are we going to use technology to leverage this opportunity and make our nation great?
Perfect. Sir, thank you so much for your time. Big round of applause for sir. And sir, we'll keep doing more work. The ecosystem is going to keep working, and hopefully we'll see you again next year.
Thank you.
Could you just come forward for the centered photo, please? Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Kunal. Thank you so much, Mr. Subrahmanyam. Truly, I think that was a valuable conversation here at GFF 2025. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. Before which, quickly, I would like to once again take this opportunity to thank our partners, our account aggregator and AI partner, Finarkin. We have integrity partner, Digi Tatya. We have session partner, FICO, rewarding payments partner, Revolut, and gold partners, MasterCard. With that, let me invite the speakers onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Could we have a round of applause as I invite the chairperson of IFSCA, Shri Kalyanaraman Rajaraman, as well as Senior Vice President Equities for DSP Mutual Fund, Mr. Jay Kothari. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as they join us on stage to take this conversation forward. Thank you for joining us. Yes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the Global FinTech Fest 2025 and this very interesting session on regulations to reinvention and how IFSCA, or the International Financial Services Center Authority, is going to play a transformational role in getting the entire financial architecture and integrated into the global financial systems. My name is Jay Kothari. I'm going to be the moderator. I'm the Global Head of International Business and Lead Investment Strategies at DSP Asset Managers. And it's an absolute honor for me to welcome Shri K. Rajaraman ji to this very interesting session. A quick introduction about Shri K. Rajaraman ji. He's currently the chairman of the IFSCA. Prior to that, he spent 35 years with the government and in his pivotal role in the telecom secretary, as the telecom secretary, and also has transformed the telecom regulations and overlooked also the 5G spectrum, which allows us to seamlessly kind of use our mobile phones. Thank you, sir, for that. And in terms of going ahead, he's also been entrusted to, have a lot of other regulations which already have been kind of announced over the last couple of years. So welcome with that. But just before I get into a formal Q&A, I just wanted to give you a couple of very interesting statistics about IFSCA, what they've achieved. So currently, IFSCA has almost 1,000 entities across banks, capital markets, fund management entities, insurance companies, ship leasing, fintechs, aircraft leasing. They've worked on 34 regulations and 15 frameworks over the last couple of years, and in line with global best practices, which is commendable. Other than that, they also have 190 funds, or the FMEs, in the GIFT City, 19 insurance companies, and 34 and 30 aircraft and ship leasing companies. So these are just interesting statistics which I thought I should mention. And if you just kind of tie this in with what India has to offer. So as you know, India had done almost 184 billion UPI transactions last year. India consumes 600 million terabytes of data every year. In fact, in a quarter, India's share of digital payments globally is 46%, followed by Brazil, which is 15%, and China, 9%. And lastly, a very other important point is that, and why this is a big opportunity from an IFSCA standpoint, is that 500 startups have been registered offshore, and the idea or the challenge will how to get them back into India. So let me straight away kind of also go into a couple of show of hands so that I can get the audience in. How many of you know that IFSCA has the power of 4 regulators: SEBI, IRDA, PFRDA, and RBI? All right, a few. Okay, how many of you really believe that regulators are moving faster than fintechs these days? Very few, sir. We take this as a challenge, and I can vouch for it, being in IFSCA, that they're one of the fastest regulators we worked with. And lastly, how many of you really believe that global fintechs will move to the GIFT City over the next 5 to 10 years, away from Singapore and London? Again, a few of them. So, okay, with this, sir, let me ask you the first question. That IFSCA is relatively a new regulator, yet it has the mandate of shaping India's financial entire integration with the global financial ecosystem. How do you see that shaping up over the next 5 to 10 years?
Thank you, Jay, I think, for the lovely introduction. If you look at the structure of IFSCA, because I mean, people ask us all kinds of questions. Is IFSCA a tax haven? Is it a shell jurisdiction? So all these kind of questions come to us.
So let me answer this by saying that IFSCA was conceived as a platform for creating something which is an alternative for direct investments into India. I think. So there are foreign investors whose business models also look at some kind of regional play. So when such kind of foreign investors come operating from out of domestic India would be a challenge because of the foreign exchange and conversions and so on and so forth. So from that perspective, I think this is an additional option that we have created for foreign investors. The second thing is that it is not actually really a tax haven or some such thing. It is more a capital raise platform for India's 2047 journey. So from all these perspectives, I would say that IFSCA has been structured very differently from, say, a Singapore or a Hong Kong or a Dubai for that matter. And if I may say in one line, I think IFSCA is all about the India growth story, I think, because IFSCA's existence is about how we will be able to support, facilitate, aid, and assist India's growth story. If you look at who benefits or for whom is IFSCA structured, this question needs to be answered because people see it differently. So I think to answer your question, if you look at any Indian corporate, I think there is a capital requirement which is basically if you're completely based out of India and your revenues are also rupee, then obviously you're looking at only a rupee capital for your operations. Of course, I think there could be cases where you could also have foreign capital, but then the Indian market is quite strong, and therefore I think people wouldn't want to access the international markets. But if your ambitions are global and then probably you're in an export business and probably you want to expand rapidly and maybe you feel that you have better terms and conditions in terms of foreign capital, then you may also like to look at a foreign capital. Then in such a case, IFSC also offers you that option of raising capital and at your doorstep. So essentially what we have done is to bring the global financial marketplace to the doorstep of the Indian corporates. Traditionally, an Indian corporate which wants to raise, say, $1 billion would go to Singapore or Hong Kong or London. Or to Luxembourg to issue some bonds and so on and so forth. But today, they don't have to do that. All of that can happen in GIFT City with about 35 banks offering all kinds of banking products. Then there is an active bond market which are supported by the two exchanges, NITI and India INX. So we have nearly about $65 billion worth of bonds listed there. Banks, the outstanding credit is about some $65 billion. So therefore, the large amount of credit requirements of the Indian corporate sector, which is in foreign capital, foreign debt, can be easily raised out of GIFT City at a very competitive term. Because today, if a corporate is looking at a debt product, then even a single basis point actually makes a difference in terms of choice of jurisdiction. So from that perspective as well, because of the good tax policy and the overall regulatory regime, the banks are able to offer highly competitive rates. So a lot of Indian corporates today raise money out of GIFT City. If I may tell you the level of significance, let's say last year, the total amount of external commercial borrowings done by India was about $61 billion, an actual amount raised. So out of which about nearly $19 billion came from GIFT City. It's about 35%. In just about all this has happened in the last 2 to 3 years. Wonderful. So we see that increasingly that GIFT City will play a very important and increasing role in the overall, capital markets in India.
No, those are very interesting statistics and data points. So just as a follow-up, and for many of the institutions of financial services or fintechs who have presence in Singapore and Dubai, if you had to highlight the differentiation or the value proposition which GIFT kind of offers, could you highlight maybe a couple of them for them to consider to shift to GIFT?
Yes. So the first and the most important thing is the presence of the business within India. So being within India, whether it's in GIFT City or in Mumbai, offers a couple of advantages. One is, of course, the low cost of living. I think it's almost like cost of real estate or the cost of living is almost like, say, 1/4 to 1/5 of some of the large developed jurisdictions. And on top of that, I think the Indian human resources talent is phenomenal. So I think you will never get a substitute for that in any of the jurisdictions, and that too at a very affordable rate. Indian human resources cost, though of course the Indian, I think the pay scales are going up, but still it's about, say, half or 1/3 of what it would cost in a Singapore or in many other places. So therefore, from that perspective, I think there is value for money. Not to speak of the tax exemptions that GIFT City offers, I think. So those are all additional advantages in terms of the 10-year tax holiday, which one would get out of any 15 years. On top of that, many of the financial products which are on offer have special treatment. I mean, I think, like say, a bond issued in GIFT City enjoys a lower withholding tax of 9% as against 10% in domestic India, or treaty rates of 15 or 20% when you probably raise a bond in London or some other jurisdiction. So I mean, there are no capital gains tax for products which are sold out of GIFT City. So there are many advantages in GIFT City which probably one would not have in other jurisdictions. So these are some advantages, I mean, which we have, I think, which and also the proximity to the Indian market. Let's say an Indian fund manager wants to launch a fund. I mean, I think, of course, I mean, I think he can go to a Mauritius or a Singapore. But then what happens is that his entire establishment gets distributed amongst various jurisdictions. There's a cost of travel, the cost of maintaining a separate establishment, so on and so forth. So all that is a thing of the past, with the GIFT City offering that proximity and presence within India. I mean.
Sure. And just shifting gears, and maybe a lot of founders and fintech firms and financial firms here. So a lot of Indian promoters who have created global companies looking to come back to India through the IPO route, through the GIFT City. Any advice or any pathway which you can share with them?
So if you look at the kinds of fintech or technology-based businesses in GIFT City, we believe in GIFT City that that technology and finance are two sides of the same coin. So with technology playing an increasing role in the design of financial services and the way in which financial products are rolled out, and the connectivity to customer and so on and so forth, the deployment of technology and the development of technology, where India has got a head start, is something which we GIFT City would like to kind of play with. So from that perspective, we have done a few things. I mean, number one, I think we have at least for 4 years, we have a sandbox which allows early stage companies to test their products in the innovation sandbox. And also, I mean, once they have cleared that, I think they could also move to a regulatory sandbox where they could probably test its compliance with regulations and so on and so forth. So as a part of this experiment, I think the success stories which I would like to report would be the payment services regulation that we rolled out about 8-9 months back. As a consequence, nearly about 6 fintechs have actually got licenses for cross-border payments, which covers the connectivity between GIFT City and the rest of the world. Let me say that cross-border payment services itself is a very, very important piece of the puzzle that GIFT City has been wanting to crack for a long time, because India has got a very large diaspora sitting out there. There are about 15.8 million Indians who live in various parts of the world. There are about 19.3 million persons of Indian origin who have got abiding interests in India. So not to speak of the foreigners who also are invested in India. So therefore, two things that GIFT City and India in general, and the Honorable Finance Minister also spoke to us in the morning about KYC and a lot of other things. So it's very important for GIFT City to crack this piece on ensuring a very reliable payments bridge between the foreign jurisdictions and GIFT City. So these 6 fintechs, many of them have actually rolled out services. They also are regulated entities in other jurisdictions. So they act like a bridge. They have a payment entity sitting out there, and maybe in the UAE, in London, and many other places, and enable an NRI sitting there to actually transfer money effortlessly to GIFT City for investments into India. So I see the fintech piece as a very important thing for solving the payments problem. Then there are other problems also which need to be solved, like for instance the KYC issue, I think. So one of the things that we have decided over the next few months to be cracked is the KYC piece, because the Honorable Finance Minister, who chairs the Financial Stability and Development Council, has directed all the financial sector regulators in India to work on the KYC piece and ensure that we are an effective and multiple ways in which I think the KYC can be done in an effective way. So therefore, we have now launched a few months back, launched a consultation paper on video KYC and assisted video KYC, and we are likely to probably notify that by November, which means that now paper-based applications for opening a deposit account or an investment account in GIFT City would not be required. I think you can all do that over digital UI. Similarly, I think we are working with the UIDA and with the Reserve Bank of India to launch the faceless authentication system, because UIDA has already rolled out a faceless authentication system for domestic India. But I think we would want to do the same thing for a person sitting in San Francisco or in Dubai, an an NRI to actually to use faceless authentication to onboard himself in an unassisted manner, I think. So if we are able to do that over the next 3 to 4 months, I think a large portion of the NRIs would find it very easy to actually to open accounts, stay invested, and then maybe do all kinds of transactions out of GIFT City. So we expect this KYC problem to be on top of our agenda for the next few months till it is completely done and dusted.
Sure. And, since we spoke about the foreign currency, and congratulations once again for today's launch. So how will the foreign currency settlement system, which was launched today, transform the entire payment system in the GIFT IFSCA, if you want to maybe shed some light on that?
So before that, I think, before I answer the FCCS, let me also complete a little bit of what you asked earlier. So the fintech piece is not only about payment systems, it is also about a capital markets technology in terms of broking, in terms of trading. So a lot of companies have come in now which are actually developing technologies for the financial sector. I mean, they are not themselves financial services entities, but they provide technology for other companies. The big companies like Infosys, Wipro, I mean, TCS, all of them are there. I think so. Not to speak of the niche firms which are developing specific tools for the financial sector. So we have now rolled out in the last few months a regulation called the TechFin and Ancillary Services Regulation, which enable a lot of these technology companies to come and set up operations which can serve not only technology companies in IFSC and India, but also the rest of the world. So this is a very tax-efficient way of actually doing international business as well. Coming to the fintech piece about what was launched today morning by the Honorable Finance Minister, one of the things that a global financial center needs to do is to ensure efficiency in the movement of cash. So if I, as an investor, is making a payment to an insurance company, I would want it to be instantly, my policy to be subscribed instantly instead of waiting for 24 hours or 36 hours where the transaction goes through a corresponding banking system through New York and so on and so forth. We would want the transaction to be settled instantly. So that requires a real-time gross settlement system. So the Clearing Corporation of India was authorized by us to set up the foreign currency clearing system. So today, what was launched today by the Honorable Finance Minister is a US dollar clearing system, which ensures that the inter-IBU transfers, in the interbank transfers within IFSC to be done in real time, so or near real time. So this ensures that the efficiency of cash movement within GIFT City becomes international grade, enabling the costs of efficiency to be harnessed by companies. Similarly, I think this FCCS system will now also look at clearing other currencies like Euro and British Pound and a few other currencies which have got some prominence. And also, we will also probably looking at how to do settlement within domestic India as well, the rupee dollar settlements as well, and also settlements between the banks in GIFT City and maybe a bank in New York or in Dubai for that matter. So these are all things which might happen over the next 6 months, and that will ensure that the overall ecosystem supports efficiency of a high order.
Perfect. And just again, shifting gears in terms of the sustainable finance, green bonds, ESG, environment, social, corporate governance. So that after picking up steam maybe 5-10 years back, most recently post-war, it kind of fell off. Any thought process from an IFSCA's point of view in terms of embedding this sustainability into the regulatory framework?
So, before I answer this question on what we as a regulator would do, let me say that India's commitment to green has always been high, and despite the last several months of I would say uncertainty in the markets and pullback from many international financial sector companies because of certain pressures, I would say that a part of the world still subscribes very strongly to green and sustainable, and India is one of them. A lot of Europe, the East Asian countries, including China or Australia and many other countries, are very strongly behind renewable energy and also the green ways of doing business. And India has been standing out because of its performance in the commitments that the Honorable Prime Minister has made as part of the COP29 and so on and so forth. Our performance in commissioning renewable energy has been sterling. I think we have done out of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy announced, nearly about 240 gigawatt has been commissioned. So I think the rest of them are under various stages of commissioning. So as part of a financial sector regulatory framework, our job is to actually support the renewable energy and the sustainability agenda of the government. So what we have done is threefold. Number one, in 2021, we gave a directive to the banks in GIFT City that at least minimum 5% of their lending shall be for green sustainable purposes. So as we stand now, I mean, all the banks have put in place policies, and nearly about $3.5 billion worth of credit has been advanced by them for green, social, sustainable purposes. The second leg are the green sustainable bond framework. So as part of our capital market regulations, we have a green, social, sustainable and sustainable lending bond framework, wherein we have adopted internationally acclaimed frameworks. Like for instance, India still doesn't have a taxonomy, it's still under development. So what we have done is that we have recognized the ICMA Green Bond Framework, the Climate Bond Initiatives Green Bond Framework, the EU taxonomy, and so on and so forth. And issuers are free to adopt any of them in issuing green bonds. So far about $15 billion worth of bonds have been, green bonds have been issued, GSS plus bonds have been issued out of the GIFT City and listed on the GIFT City exchanges. So we expect this to grow, I think, and we also have a ESG fund framework, I think, where we have a strong disclosure framework to ensure that the use of proceeds are properly done, and also the reporting systems and the disclosures to the market are made in time, in periodic basis. So all these efforts are being strengthened further. Recently, what we did was also to release a transition bond framework, because there are many large companies like power companies, cement companies, etc., which will require capital for moving their processes to green or to orange, I think, if not green entirely. So for that, I think we intend to support them through a transition bond framework, which will enable companies to issue transition bonds to the market.
And just, conscious of time, just maybe a couple of last questions is, since fintech firms and promoters here and who have registered themselves outside India, so messages to both people who have registered outside India and the new firms which are looking to register within India, any advice for them, any few pointers you would want to leave for them?
So, I mean, I would say that we in GIFT City are here to create options for investors, I think. So if somebody has got a completely global play, then probably sitting outside would make a lot of sense. But in GIFT City, what the advantages would be is that if you're doing a lot of international business, then obviously GIFT City is the place. Like for instance, you're in cross-border payments. So that would be the place where we can do business in a very, cost-efficient manner. Similarly, I think there are a number of fintechs, like say those who are probably in modeling, in probably doing technology development for other large financial institutions like banks, etc. You do, say, AI-based models for underwriting services for insurance companies or reinsurance companies. A lot of this can be done out of GIFT City, through using the TechFin and ancillary services framework. So I would say that, if your business model fits the overall regulatory frameworks in GIFT City, then you are welcome to GIFT City. I think there is also another way in which I think people can actually do be in India and at the same time doing global business. Our finance company framework allows you to set up holding companies. So therefore, if you are, say, having a fintech in Singapore, maybe a fintech in Australia or some such thing, then maybe the holding company can be set up in GIFT City as well. I think where there are finance company framework enables you to do that in a very tax efficient manner. So, and provide you with the same tax benefits that which I just mentioned, which includes a 10-year tax holiday with over any 15 years. So there are different ways in which I think you can probably come in. So we would, and let me also say that we are an agile regulator. So, I would say that we are a regulatory startup or a startup regulator, because, I think we have combined functions of all the 4 financial sector regulators in India, and we believe that if we have to compete with the rest of the world, then our regulations have to be completely aligned with the rest of the world, so which we have done in a large measure. So there may be some parts of our regulation which still may require some catching up. We'll be very happy to interact with a lot of you, I think offline, I think. So we can be reached at www.ifsca.gov.in. So please drop us a mail, and I think we'll be happy to have a conversation on what we can do for you to see whether there's something part of our regulation which can probably afford some modifications to support your business framework. Of course, we will remain a financial services regulator. So therefore, I think a complete deviation from that would not be possible. Like say a healthcare startup or say an e-commerce startup may be out of place there. But something which has got nexus with the financial services will certainly be something which is really welcome.
And just the last rapid fire question, GIFT City will attract more global fintechs than London and Singapore over the next 10 years. Your thoughts?
I would say that that could be a possibility because of the fact that we have the India growth story. We don't have a story of our own. Our story is the India growth story. So therefore, India will be a phenomenal growth platform for the next 25 to 50 years as we become a more mature and a more developed economy. So as we grow by, I think the opportunities here will be very, very significant, I think. And one of the few things that, since you mentioned this, let me also close by saying some of the cutting edge things that we are doing, I think. So we also believe that the financial sector has got a very large nexus with commodity trading. Because India is now a manufacturing powerhouse, and I think the government of India has now a lot of plans to actually move into the higher end of manufacturing. So this will require India to play a very important role in commodity trading as well. Like for instance, commodity trading today, say base metals or electronic components or critical minerals or say energy products like hydrogen, ammonia or gas and so on and so forth, are now done out of global jurisdictions like say Singapore or Dubai or Geneva or some such thing, or Zurich. So we believe that India's large economy can actually afford the commodity trading to come back. And GIFT City has got that opportunity. So an expert committee actually has given a report saying that how commodity trading can be made possible in GIFT City. And so we are working on amendments to that. Similarly, I think we are also working on possibility of using tokenization as a means to monetize real world assets, which includes, it could be a trade finance bill or a bank deposit, or it could be a real estate asset or some such thing. So a consultation paper was launched and we have received a lot of comments. I think we are working on a framework for that as well, I think. Though of course, this has got nothing to do with crypto assets or other kinds of assets where the government of India has certain views. So therefore, we will be focusing on, I think something which has got a strong real world underlying, I think. So it could be bullion as well, I think. So maybe we could tokenize gold, gold bullion as well. So these are some of the possibilities that could happen out of GIFT City. If I may say that, what more you could do, I think we want to become a climate finance hub, as you just mentioned. We also are already a very large fund hub, I think, with about 300 funds, alternate investment funds already registered out of GIFT City. So we will be a large capital raise platform of all kinds, I think debt, equity, hybrid, and so on and so forth.
Great, sir. Thank you very much. That was very enlightening. And I must say that it reminds me of a famous saying called, the world steps aside for the man who knows where he's going. In this case, it's IFSCA. So we wish you all the very best. And thank you very much, audience, for attending this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll once again request you to come a little forward together for a group photograph, please, just to the center of the stage. And thank you once again. Yet another riveting conversation here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. And yes, Finish today is, ladies and gentlemen, we have had industry heavyweights have joined us today, sharing some phenomenal thoughts here, and I'm sure all of you have managed to capture that. We hope you're also able to share that with your colleagues. How many of you got a chance to meet your old pals over here at GFF 2025? Anyone here? A few of us, okay. How many of you got a chance to make new friends here, or network and meet someone new here? Very few hands in the air. I think we've got lots of homework to do. But nevertheless, I think once the sessions end, I'm sure the rest of you are waiting to ensure that you can catch up with one another. Before we begin the next session, we're going to take, it's not a break, ladies and gentlemen. I request you all to remain in your seats. But we're going to start the next session shortly. So just give us a few minutes as we set up for the next session. That's just going to take a few minutes. All right, so let's get started, ladies and gentlemen. 2 more sessions to go, and we have seasoned leaders joining us. The first up, we have keeping the world's largest payment system running at scale. That's the topic of discussion. May I invite on stage, we have with us the Executive Director for Operate NPCI, Mr. Nitin Mishra. Can we have a huge round of applause as I invite him on stage? Joining him, we have Mr. Sameer Nigam, founder and CEO of PhonePe, and Mr. Shashank Kumar, MD and co-founder, Razorpay.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know if it is the right time for a session like this, but let me still go ahead and take the risk and then, figure out how many I can manage to keep awake at the end of this session. But I can promise you with the panel that we have today with us, they'll make sure that none of you actually goes to sleep. Let me start with the topic itself, always on India and the new gen India. When the world was actually singing songs around creating aggregation, creating large platforms, India was basically talking about disaggregating and unbundling. And we have had this story named as DPI, DPG story. India today is actually running the largest payment network of the globe, and is the most inclusive and democratic, digital payment systems. There are billions of transactions that are getting transacted every month on variety of different platforms. Now, in order for us to actually take a deep peek into, what the system is actually, looking like, we have two pioneers of the industry, Mr. Sameer Nigam and Mr. Shashank, with us to discuss and throw some light as to what does it take to build, operate, and keep a network this scale completely risk-free. So welcome, Sameer and Shashank. It's great to be here with you guys. Let me start with a very simple concept on the topic itself. We basically say always on, and it's a question to both of you. When we say and use the phrase always on, what does first come to both of your mind? And Sameer, if I can start with you, and then maybe Shashank.
Thank you. I think it's always on two dimensions. One with 1.4 billion people. There is never this idea of peak capacity that everyone talks about in the tech sector. We are at population scale. We are at peak capacity at all points of time. I was sharing a data set with somebody literally last night. Over the last 7 or 8 or 9 years, we have gone from launch to processing a little over 10 billion transactions every month in a market where we have 100 people in our industry competing. So you can imagine what the overall scale of the market is, right? So it's literally like always on. There's never downtime. In the digital world, particularly in the digital payments world that we're both from, people seem to be making payments everywhere all the time. So it's not like the conventional banking system where you would have bank downtime from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. for server upgrades. We don't have that luxury. So from the tech side, it's always on. But on a lighter note, it's also just extremely dynamic. So our day here at GFF started with a launch where UPI integrated with PayPal for a global integration with apps like PhonePe and GPay and others, integrated through NPCI to PayPal. And I just got out of another session where Visa and MasterCard have integrated for tokenization on PhonePe for availability on all the local merchants. So at this point, I honestly don't know who's the connecting tissue, who's the application layer, who's the service provider. The combinatorics are explosive. We work with Razorpay, we compete with Razorpay. I don't think we know how many lines of engagement we have anymore.
Yeah, I think we have seen the growth of UPI to what Sameer said, I think more than 18 billion transactions a month at this point of time. And see, what I've seen evolving, right? At some point of time, it used to be that, your platform needs to support certain scale, your platform needs to be always available. But I think now there's so many use cases, what Sameer was talking about on top of, say, payments platform, from e-commerce payments to QR payments to we are, to even doing IPO payments, all kinds of recurring payments. So for us now, we think of always on, not just from a platform lens, but any slice of payment where even 1,000 people are using it, right? We measure in that sense that at any point, no place in our platform, we should be declining transactions, right? At any place where we decline more than, let's say, 1,000 transactions and 2,000 transactions because of the technical system, I think there needs to be some sort of alert. There needs to be some sort of alarm going on because it's not acceptable, right? Because it is, today payments is equivalent to utilities like electricity and water, right? And we have seen probably just once a year, not, but we did see that in Bangalore, there was some UPI outage and everybody had to fall back on cash and people didn't have cash because now, people leave their wallets at home. I have not carried my wallet today. So that's the ubiquity of payments that has become. So that always is the trust that people have that this platform will never go down. And I think we as industry have to ensure that that trust always remains.
Absolutely. And Shashank and Samir, on the lighter note, it's been second month into NPCI, and the only thing that I've been dreading from day one is the message of declines on my WhatsApp group. So my whole team, actually goes crazy. Even it is at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., people get on call. So I sort of absolutely, not only empathize with you, I, correlate with this in a very strong sense. And, I completely agree. Indian payment systems have to run like an electricity grid or a health ecosystem, right? Always on, resilient, secure for all, practical purposes. But it's definitely easier said than done. And I'll come to you, Samir, with the first question. Now, you're actually handling significant, market share on UPI and otherwise also on the volumes that we just talked about. What are the biggest architectural, procedural, operational, choices that you have made to keep this now lights on and always on theme alive in PhonePe?
I think the very early choices that some of them are still in play. One was from the infra layer. We built on-prem, we've managed and built our data centers, and that's been actually very, very important. It's easy to use cloud computing for application plays, but if you really want to build an industrial strength, infrastructure utility kind of a play, it is very, very important to actually have a very strong handle on your infra footprint, because how you actually use that same infrastructure will shape all of your sort of scaling options from there. So we built our data centers from day one. Second, the IaaS, PaaS layer, SaaS layer, what we've done is we have now got 7 or 8 different vertical businesses, lending as a service, insurance broking, share market, PIN code. But all of them are using the same underlying infra through a set of exposed APIs or infra as a service, which means you're not redoing or reinventing the wheel. Then you come to the product layer again, accounting. Every vertical business line needs accounting as a service. You need infra allocation, you need resourcing, trust and safety. So all of that, again, is abstracted out. So anytime a business, even let's say our quick commerce arm like a PIN code, if they are building a capability, if we find that the next business is using it, we'll pull it out and move it into the SaaS layer. So you want to make sure every few, and in fact, on a continuous basis, you're constantly evaluating whether something can be commoditized for the group and then scaled more centrally. It's much easier to sort of scale. I say easier sort of on a relative basis, but it's easier to build and scale one accounting stack and have local variations of certain use cases than to reinvent it every time. And I think that's been central to sort of the thought process. And the last one I'd say is very, very early investment in knowledge stores and real-time compute systems, especially on the edge or very, very close to the edge.
Interesting, Samir, and I think I definitely agree with you. While the whole industry and the world is talking about moving to cloud, but building your own data center, having complete control, and I'm a strong proponent of that, especially because I come from the open source background. It's always better to have complete control. So absolutely bang on, Samir. And Shashank, I want to come to you. You actually sit at the intersection of banks, merchants, P2P, consumers, everyone, right? How do you plan the scale, when you cannot afford even a seconds of a downtime? Imagine somebody is trying to make a payment on a POS, on a hospital, for medicines or something, and you really cannot afford to, go down there. How do you manage your scale, at this sort of an integration and touch points?
Right, so I think over last 10 years, right, I think every year we have seen that the capacity we need to have on the platform needs to keep going up, right? In the initial days of UPI, it was going up almost by 2, 3x, 4x every year, and then now, at a massive scale, still growing up by 25, 30% every year, right? And so I think one of the philosophy that we have in the company is that, we need to be comfortable and have the institutional muscle that will keep changing the platform even as it is scaling up, right? The analogy that we usually think about is, look, you are changing parts of a plane while it is in flight. But because that's the need of the hour, because you have to keep figuring out how to increase the capacity, how to increase the resilience at the same, and that means that you will change a lot of core components of your platform, but do it with a lot of long-term thought process, do it with a lot of building the components of availability, resiliency, modularity, and these are important concepts, but you have to actually put it into practice and bake it into the platform, right? And what Samir said, like making common platforms available, that's a continuous job, right? I'll tell you, I think something that we focus very deeply on is the testing aspect, which is where the availability issue comes in, right? So anything that we build, right, we have carved out various kinds of testing on top of our platform. So whether it is, simple unit testing or just scale testing or chaos testing, where we actually bring down components of our stack and then see if our stack can still perform, because you need to have a backup at every node, through the full pipeline, right? By the way, we are also constantly under various kind of attacks, right? So different kind of DDoS attacks that keep on happening on the infrastructure as well. So we ourselves simulate a lot of attacks on our infrastructure, like what will happen if let's say certain banks go down, or what will happen if let's say certain cloud provider goes down, right? How do we replicate data faster? So a lot of this, as much as we can do on a daily basis, not just product development, but very thorough testing in every regard, I think it builds a lot more confidence, right? And I think the third part, which becomes very important as an institution, is if, let's say, some issue does happen, then how do you have the institution take care of it in a way that it doesn't repeat? Because many organizations don't derive learning from downtime, and that itself becomes a challenge. When you operate a payments platform over 5, 6 years, 7 years, you get a lot of experience, but you need to ensure that any kind of holes that you are seeing actually gets fixed as a priority, and the company is taking care of it, the platform is taking care of it. So the combination of these three things, I'll tell you, just for example, I think, I remember, I think 5 years ago, our availability numbers were something like 99.3% or 35%, which means that we are probably going down by a couple of hours every year. And now we have been able to pull it up to 4 nines plus, which means like the platform cannot go down more than few minutes in a year, right? So as the scale keeps on increasing, this needs to get even better as time goes on.
Wonderful. I think you hit the nail on the head. Focus on quality in the beginning, which is fundamentally the shift left strategy, and then making sure all your components are interoperable, working together in tandem with each other. Beautiful. I'm loving this conversation, by the way, gentlemen. I've always been troubled when I talk to business people, but people who talk tech, I'm very comfortable. So thank you to you guys to not holding back on the jargons. And I'm sure many of our people sitting here would actually sort of relate with a lot of these things. Let me just expand on the point that we just discussed, and we'll come to you, Samir, and then to you, Shashank. Irrespective whatever care you take, irrespective whatever testing that you've done, your systems are bound to fail, at least in some form or the other, in production, right? Whether you have built your data disaster recovery strategies or your BCP strategies, something or the other will fail. Your sync will fail, or something will automatically go out of a toss. Sometime the software will start acting funny. You have all the algorithms, everything right, but it'll definitely start acting funny because of some third-party dependency. How do you build for failures? And we'll talk about the business scenarios, and then we'll also delve deeper into the technical scenarios. If I can go to you first, Samir, and then I'll come to Shashank with the same question.
There's a philosophy part, there's a capability part, right? You're right. I think failures will always happen. So philosophy part, one is you got to institutionalize learning from it and making sure you don't make the same mistakes twice, because those become really costly. And I think most tech companies, what they solved will tell you, I think Shashank also said, that as long as you never repeat the same mistake twice, you can make 1,000 mistakes once, but you can't make the same mistake twice, you're okay. But I think more importantly, it's about how quickly you can isolate where the issue is. Isolation is key. Building the capability or the visibility to actually be able to isolate, and it's easier said than done as systems get more interconnected, right? I mean, that's always the devil's trade-off between sort of monolithic and sort of microservices, service applications as well. If you can't figure out where the problem is quickly enough, then it takes a lot longer to heal it. A lot of chat and chatter about self-healing systems or systems that bring themselves up, but force majeure events will happen. Sometimes somebody will just pull the power socket out and your DC goes out. It's a journey. I mean, you start out and you have one server, then you have two servers. A year later, if you have enough customers, you'll be able to afford odd even racks. 10 years in, we have multiple data centers, and you make sure that you audit the hell out of them and make sure that there's redundancy within each, network redundancy. I mean, it's a moving target. I wouldn't say that there's any silver bullet. Seen too much to believe that there are any silver bullets, but I think our tech team does an exceptionally good job of trying to get more and more real-time alerting in and make sure that as any part of the system starts overheating, you know right before it's about to explode. You want to avoid explosion. That becomes really difficult, right? You can have systems that start throttling, but as long as you can capture it early enough, you're okay. And it's not like we've not seen our share of outages, but I'd like to believe, again, you don't see the same kind of issue twice.
Wonderful. Shashank, your views.
So, yeah, as Samir said, let me just expand on it, right? The job of a team to set up alerts is very critical, right? And it's not just like L1 level alerts, but at every feature, at every service, for all kinds of scale, you have to set up very deep level alerts, right? We have a team that is staffed 24/7 just for monitoring the systems, right? And even at 3 a.m., if something goes wrong, they will call everyone and ensure that those people get up and get on the call to resolve, right? There are so many operational metrics that needs to be set up very properly and need to be tracked, right? Whenever incidents happen, how quickly can you detect it, right? So we measure something mean time to detect. We measure something mean time to resolve. Again, these are very high level metrics, but it goes for every single team. Let's say in payments itself, you have authentication, authorization, you have the settlement leg, right? You have the integrations with the merchants, with the consumers. All of those need to have their own independent alerting, testing, and all kinds of scenarios baked out, right? So for a mature payments platform, I think that kind of operational discipline is extremely necessary. And I think those are one of the ways that even an organization becomes successful, because a lot of customers trust us, a lot of consumers will trust us because we are able to demonstrate this kind of discipline, this kind of availability, and then they know that, okay, their payment partner has got their back, right? And they don't need to worry about what is happening on that front. For the last thing that anyone wants is I'm making a purchase, I think, and this is not working. I think the second thing that on that front, if things do go bad, right, how well do you communicate with the businesses, with the consumers, matters a lot. So we have seen on checkout itself, if any payment instrument is having some sort of downtime, if any wallet is having, can we show that so that it saves frustration for the end consumer? Today everyone has different apps, different cards that they can use, right? But if at that point of time, if you can surface the right communication, and not just for consumers, even for businesses, if something wrong happens, if they are well aware, then they can take contingency measures on what they can do, right? So as much as you try to prevent things from going down, when that happens, I think you need to be very well prepared on responding and recovering quickly and communicating really well so that it minimizes frustration for the end user. And as we said, I think you need to ensure that those mistakes never repeat.
Absolutely, and I couldn't have agreed more. I think two important points that I take out. One is, of course, you don't have the luxury of committing the same mistake twice, right? And then have a deep eyes into your system. And I think I'm pretty sure, and I'd want to have your views also on this. How much of AI play will happen on system resiliency? I know. AI is a method to a mean and not a mean in itself, and something that I've been trying to explain to the world, but then I think the frenzy is carrying. But I'll come to this question, but I think the second point is having eyes into the system is very important, having right metrics, right reports, and then making sure all of them are correlatable through your monitoring system and whatsoever is an absolutely important point. But I still want to delve deeper into one specific aspect of operational excellence and operational challenges that we have. Any system that we actually build, right, you have certain problems which are in zone of your control. Your database connections are going out, your rep connections are running out, your cache has actually sort of suddenly stopped responding. All of those are within your zone of control. You'll probably never commit. But there are certain things which are outside of a zone of control, right? And which is not even in a zone of your influence, which is how your customers react. A very typical example that I actually draw from while working with GST and at that time, while the system was operational 24/7, 365, there was a typical behavior of the taxpayers depending upon what regulation, what will happen. Sometimes you will see a peak on 17th of the month, sometimes you will see 19th of the month. But then, of course, your peaks were around that time. Now, while you actually, build systems to scale and handle, such challenges, you also have a responsibility to manage costs, probably lesser when it comes to the larger corporates and the government, but for people like in startups, and especially people who are in the payment systems, have a very big responsibility to manage costs also, when such a thing happens. How do you respond to such, continuously changing scenarios in the market ecosystem, systems going down, suddenly the taxpayer spike has happened or payment spikes have happened? How do you handle to such, such phenomena which is outside of your zone of control? Samir, if you want to start first and then we'll come to Shashank.
Use AI. I just wanted to say that. Everyone's been talking about AI since the morning. There's no AI to this one. See, I think when you're building for population scale, especially on the consumer side, again, we process a little over 350 million transactions a day. And so any one merchant or one use case will not create a spike at this scale. Earlier, that was not true. When we started out, one or two merchants, the gaming industry during IPL, or Tatkal, railway booking in the morning. Like there'll be very small spikes. If you're in the PG business in particular, starting out, there'll be a lot more spikes. For us, at this scale, a 20% spike, if you just do the math, is 70 million transactions more for the, I mean, not a spike, but increase is 70 million transactions for the day. But if you look at it on a per second basis, you could have a moment where instead of 20, 25,000 transactions a second, you're talking about 35, 40, 50. You have to just have that much surplus capacity planned for. So I think our rule of thumb now, numbers come down. Earlier it used to be like 100% on top, peak to peak. Now it's probably about 50%, hopefully not very much more, but you have to plan for a buffer. I think with payments in particular, if it's going to become a way of life the way it has for us, where we don't carry our wallets anymore at population scale, I don't think we can afford to take just a sort of cost view to it, because if systems go down at peak, you lose trust that you've built over a decade, right? Payments is very different. Payments, if something goes wrong, let's say your money gets debited, let's take NPCI or network, if money gets debited and the other party doesn't receive it, can you imagine the population scale stress that will happen, right? I mean, we all hit headlines for all the wrong reasons. If any one party has an outage, it doesn't matter who had the outage. Anyone goes down, it's a problem at the ecosystem level. So I think we have to actually plan ahead. That's point number one. Two, you can get more efficient, but there's some economies of scale that come into play. But ultimately, I think the most important thing is planning for how to throttle specific use cases if you see a pattern of either abuse or like a DDoS attack or something like that every now and then, or you find a particular use case that you can't support, it's better to say, I have to turn that use case off for right now than turning everyone off for everything all at once, right? I mean, it's like electricity in the house. We all want the electricity to be on in every room for every appliance 24/7. If the fan stops working for 3 hours, you'll be upset. If the lights go out for 3 minutes, you'll be more upset. It's weird, right? So an all-out outage is not okay. So peak capacity planning, you have to also know where the sort of key touch points are and solve for that.
Interesting. Shashank, I think Samir made a very important point because there are certain outages where you just can't afford to think about expenses, right? But at the same time, I think while expenses and everything is taken care of, my main problem area that I keep debating is around this unknown spikes, right? For example, suddenly there is an announcement coming from the government. The demonetization was one such example where all of a sudden 8 p.m. announcement happened and then everybody was scrambling for digital payments. Black Day announcement, GST announcement that happened 22nd of September, it actually came. And I know, Samir, you have a view there.
On a lighter note, there's about 500 people who were direct beneficiaries of demonetization, 400 in the room. All our volumes went up and nobody complained.
Yeah. Can we see show of hands who all benefited from the demonetization?
Honest.
Honest ones, yeah. Nobody's honest, huh?
No,
Anyway,
the rest are just lying.
Yeah, Shashank, your views on this.
Yeah, as Samir said, right? I mean, there's never a scenario where you'll optimize for cost at the sake of availability, right? So I think availability always on is the first priority, right? And I kind of agree with Samir that we don't witness as many spiky events anymore. It used to happen a lot more, but there's some spike happening almost every week for some reason. Either IPL is happening, for example, right, or some government announcement is happening. Some e-commerce customers are doing a sale, right? So in that sense, I think you can actually do capacity planning pretty well because they always follow certain patterns. There's probably one event in a year where it'll go out of whack, right? Otherwise, it's always mostly smooth. Second, when it comes to optimizing for cost, right? At least we have not seen a direct correlation that you have to optimize for the capacity, or at least that's not the first attack vector. The first way that we always think of optimizing for cost is to simplify the architecture, and improve the architecture, right? And those two levers offer a lot more returns because you can reduce average cost, right? Because the spikes anyways happen, let's say, for half hour in a day. Your infra is running throughout the day, right? You have to have minimum capacity of infra throughout the day. So there's a lot more optimization in that sense. And on that point, in fact, what I believe, right, that we run the lowest cost infrastructure, payments infrastructure in the whole world. In fact, that's the beauty of India. Like, we always run the lowest cost infrastructure with the highest quality. So not just in payments, if you look at it like, our mobile telephony, our space program, all of them are always the lowest cost infrastructure in the whole wide world. And that's the innovation that India brings to the table, that, okay, how do we run this population scale programs for emerging economies, right? Not for the developed world, but for emerging economies where the purchasing power looks very different, right? And I think in that sense, I mean, the industry obviously has done a good job. And coming to this spiky part, that is there, I still believe that you can plan in advance, right? And as time goes on, more of those planning scenarios become part of your muscle memory. So there are very rare days where something comes completely out of syllabus, and those black swan events, nothing can prepare for.
No, I think bang on. As much as knowledge you can gain from your experiences, it's better. Let's look at future, Samir and Shashank. India's DPI story is now the talk of the world. I've been into many sessions. I'm sure when you go and talk to people around the globe, the DPI, DPG, the phone pays, the Razor pays, and the Bheems of the world is already sort of making significant noise and at least murmurs on the ground. Where do you see these conversations going in future, specifically to things like UPI, Aadhaar, and some of these DPIs which India has pioneered and innovated upon?
I think the concept of DPIs is all powerful. It's like open source software back in the day, but now more at a platform level. I think the portability, the low-cost portability, is yet to be sort of proven out, especially in the Western markets or Eastern markets, where the private sector has a certain expectation of return on investment, and therefore, in a purely capitalist model, it's hard to actually adopt a UPI-like network where you don't make any money for anything. I'm sure retailers would love that, but payment companies will hate it. It's that simple. So I think the economic model of some of these things is going to be different in different markets. Something like Aadhaar, I believe UK is just trying to introduce again a mandatory digital ID. And I think they'll go through their own litigation process and societal equilibrium in terms of what's acceptable to the populace, right? We went through ours with the courts and the lawmakers and back and forth. I think, again, something like biometric identity. Today we launched biometric auth for payments several years after, in fact, Aadhaar itself became a real thing. So I think use cases or technology can be exported very easily. Adoption is going to have a strong local, both societal and regulatory sort of flavor to it. There's just no, I just can't imagine, for example, having lived in the States for 10 years, that everyone will just agree for the government to have a biometric authentication framework, which is mandatory for everything that you do. Like, people just won't agree to that. Whereas in India, if 60-70% people don't have a birth certificate, well, you needed it. So the reality is also different. So we could probably port that to Africa, to LATAM, but it may not work in Europe or in the US or Japan. The one that actually I think has the highest chance of really becoming a global DPI is the DBT stack. And we don't talk about it often enough. Most governments across the world at various points of time are giving subsidies direct to consumer, or they want to go direct to consumer. And I think that's the one area. I mean, even in the States during COVID, there was billions of consumer money being handed out, Europe, everywhere. Efficiency on that in government subsidies, I think DBT is something that really should become open source or a stack that gets exported. I really think that that's something that 200 governments would want to use.
Beautiful. Shashank, your views in less than a minute, sorry.
So I'll focus on India. I think, we may not have the best physical infra in Bangalore, but I think the digital infra in India is the best in the world, right? There's absolutely no doubt. I think we have done really well on transactional systems, on identity systems, right? I think the transactional part, which is the UPI part, I think most of us probably believe that it will still scale 10x from here because it's still on the top 400 million people. It still can scale to 1.4 billion people, a lot more transactions per day that every consumer can do on UPI, right? So that growth is well laid out. There's a lot of work on that front, but I think that's fairly exciting. Where I would say that we can still do a lot better on from an infra perspective is on the credit side, because I think there the demand that is present in the country, right? And this is a form factor innovation. Like UPI was truly a form factor innovation, very grounds up that we sort of thought and built it for the country. But I think on the credit side, that revolution is still to happen. And that's one place which will again unlock significant value for the country if we are able to bring it together. So I think a lot of effort that is happening through credit cards and through UPI, and you should see results of that in time to come.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. We have run out of time. I've been already warned by the presenters, but I think we are on to something big. The India payment journey is going to scale up, and I thank both of you for being such a wonderful speakers. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now I would request you to please come to the center of the stage for a group photograph. just to the center of the stage. And thank you once again. What a riveting conversation indeed, driving those discussions of taking those payments at scale. And clearly, India is totally ready and taking that forward phenomenally. So thank you so much once again for joining us at the Global Fintech Fest 2025 here today. Thank you once again, gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the final session of the day. And I'm sure all of us are all set because it's all about the Bazigars of Bharat. We are looking at the lessons from great comebacks, and I'm sure all of us are all set. So meanwhile, I would once again request all the delegates to kindly settle down immediately. Our speakers are ready, and we're all set for the final session of the day one here at the Global Fintech Fest 2025 at the Grand Theatre at NMACC, Mumbai. If you all remember, we started the day talking about innovation, but we also spoke about resilience. And that's the key word here that you will find as a common theme in the final session of day one, which is about the Bazigars of Bharat. We are looking at the lessons from the greatest comebacks. And as the stage has got that quick makeover, let's go ahead and invite our speakers onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the Managing Director and CEO of Yes Bank, Mr. Prashant Kumar, who is joined by the founder and CEO of Paytm, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma.
Hi. So, thank you so much, everybody who's in the room. जो रूम के बाहर हैं वो भी अपना हाथ खड़ा करें. कितने लोग हैं? कम लोग बाहर हैं. बहुत ही कम अंदर हैं फिर. बट मैं सर से बात कर रहा था बाहर और मैं पूछ रहा था कि एक बैंकर जो एक फाइनेंस बैकग्राउंड से है, टिपिकली अब जिन लोगों को नहीं पता, सर एक CFO रहे हैं और एक्चुअली सरप्राइजिंगली लोगों को जिनको ये नहीं पता होगा, सर HR हेड भी रहे हैं सर. इज इट करेक्ट और नॉट सर? सर आप इतनी सारी चीज़ें कैसे हो गई? COO, CFO, CHRO, बाद में CEO, ये इतने सारे C कैसे लगे सर आपके साथ?
I think before that, just to share with you, I got admission in the Delhi
University
Delhi,
और आप
Delhi College of Engineering, from where you have done the engineering, but I opted not to do that.
सर अच्छा हुआ, अगर इंजीनियर बैंकिंग में आ जाते ना तो आप समझ रहे.
I think God was having some other will. Okay. I have not opted for that engineering because I wanted to be a doctor.
Okay. Doctor?
But God decided, I think he was more careful about the people at large. They say, you please don't do that, okay? And that's how I am.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, a Chief Operating Officer, Chief Finance Officer, Chief HR Officer, and CEO of Yes Bank for you. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, एक और बड़ी बात है कि I mean, you worked all your career at SBI, and SBI is like that tree, which is like the banker for every Indian, literally. How does it feel like banker to a bank?
I think if you see in terms of the role which you play, okay. In the State Bank of India, you play a role in a different capacity and for a different purpose and objective. Okay. But the moment like I came into Yes Bank, the purpose was altogether different. And I think the training in SBI and the experience in SBI groom you for that kind of opportunities. Okay. If there is a purpose, a large purpose, I think I would just like to share, like when this Yes Bank problem happened, there was the issue in terms of stability of the overall financial system.
Oh.
Because there were 2-3 NBFCs, small banks, which have failed just before the Yes Bank. And when Yes Bank was in that situation, I think there was the issue in terms of whether the depositors are losing trust in the banking system, especially on the private banking space.
Oh my God.
So I think there was a larger issue, and that's why it was very, very important for everybody in the system
तो सर आपने
to come together.
यस बैंक में किस किस चीज के लिए नो बोला?
I think it was more in terms of saying yes for right things.
Saying yes for right things. And no for wrong things.
No for wrong things.
So sir, please, Badhan sir, thank you so much. We thought that we'll have a early introduction of sir. आप जैसे जान सकते हैं, maybe many of you may or may not be knowing, full history about it. Sir has turned around a bank and made it profitable. And now sir had taken this to next level. जैसे एक मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि बच्ची होती है, अगर बेटी होती है तो उसकी अब एक शादी भी कर रहे हैं आप, और आप एक नए शेयर होल्डर भी ला रहे हैं, तो कैसा महसूस होता है आपको सर ये कंपनी एक इतनी लेट स्टेज ऑफ करियर में एज अ फाउंडर and then as a creator that you are able to see this journey to a level where normal people are not able to see it. मतलब आप एक ऑपरेटर रहे बैंक में या SBI में, फिर आप यहाँ आए और आपको टर्न अराउंड करना था और अब आप एक पूरा एंड तक लेके जा रहे हैं. सो हाउ डज इट फील लाइक के मैं तो पूछना ही चाह रहा था, हाउ डज इट फील लाइक स्टेज पे आना कैसा लग रहा है?
नहीं, I think Vijay, like if we see in terms of like whenever you are given a responsibility for anything.
हाँ.
And you are able to fulfill that expectation from you in whatever role you play, I think you feel very happy. Okay. And this was something which was, I think, critical, not only from Yes Bank perspective, this was critical for the banking sector at that point of time, and also in terms of confidence of the public at large in the banking system. But I think once collectively we have been able to reach that situation, where not only the objective has been achieved, we have been able to take bank to a position where we are able to attract an investor, which is the second largest financial group in Japan, and they are the 12th largest in the entire world. Okay. If somebody is willing to put that kind of investment in the bank, that is also a vote on the confidence on the franchise which has been built.
तालियां बजानी चाहिए इस बैंक के लिए. क्या बात है सर?
I think that was a confidence and expectation in terms of like this franchise can do wonders. Okay, and that's why anybody is going to invest that kind of money.
वाओ. अब ये मैं कुछ कहने वाला था क्योंकि शो हम दोनों का एक दूसरे से बात करने का है. मैं ही सर से बात करे जा रहा हूँ और ये इसलिए भी बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि जब वो हेडलाइन है बाजीगर, हारकर जीतने वाले को बाजीगर कहते हैं, लेकिन जीतकर हारने वाले को और हारकर जीतने वाले को एंटरप्रेन्योर बोलते हैं. जिसकी कोई ना ले सके वो एंटरप्रेन्योर. क्योंकि ले तो सकते ही हो लेकिन उसके बाद वो बाउंस पे जाता है.
So Vijay, actually I wanted to ask you, you entered into an engineering college at the age of 15.
हाँ सर.
ठीक है. At the age of 15, I think most of us, we were only in the schools, right? So I think what happened, like you were given a special treatment. Okay.
सर बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने. मेरे को घर पे ज़्यादा डंडे पड़ते थे. मैं ज़्यादा पढ़ाई करने की मेरी की फोर्स होती थी. एक्चुअली इससे भी ज़्यादा बेटर बात बताता हूँ. I completed my class 12 at age of 14. इन अदर वर्ड्स कि मैं 12 साल का था जब मैं हाई स्कूल का एग्जाम दे रहा था. जो लोग हाई स्कूल नहीं जानते वो लोगों को बता देता हूँ. बोर्ड का एग्जाम होता है यूपी में. हाई स्कूल 12 साल का सर मैंने बोर्ड का एग्जाम दिया और 14 साल का मैंने इंजीनियरिंग वो 12 का दिया. अब क्या हुआ कि जैसा आप जानते ही हैं दिल्ली कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग में एज लिखा था नॉट मोर देन, तो मिनिमम एज नहीं थी. तो कहीं पे कुछ मिनिमम एज थी, कहीं पे कुछ थी. तो बड़ा अजीब सा साल था सर. तो मैं तो उस साल मुझे पता नहीं था कि मैं थोड़ा यंग भाग रहा हूँ. मतलब पिंक फ्लॉयड की भाषा में बोलें तो रन रैबिट रन फॉरगेट द सन व्हेन एट लास्ट द वर्क इज डन डोंट सिट डाउन टाइम टू टेक अनदर वन. एंड यू इसमें ना रेस टुवर्ड्स एन अर्ली ग्रेव आता है इस गाने की लाइन में बाद में. तो मुझे पता नहीं था कि मैं इतना तेज़ी से भाग रहा हूँ कि जल्दी से एक्सीडेंट होने वाले हैं आगे. बट आई थिंक मेरे फैमिली में मेरी 2 बड़ी सिस्टर हैं और हम लोग एक शहर नहीं टाउन, और टाउन में भी छोटा वाला टाउन जैसे हरदुआगंज है, मैं वहाँ रहता था. तो मेरी सिस्टर स्कूल जाती थी तो मैं उनके बैग के पीछे लटक के स्कूल चला जाता था. तो मोरलेस मैंने सारे सिलेबस पहले पढ़े हुए थे. तो मैं तो आपको सर और बताता हूँ, मैं तो महादेवी वर्मा में 10वीं क्लास में पढ़ ली थी. मैंने जिन लोगों को नहीं समझ में आता, महादेवी वर्मा समांतर पद्य और समांतर गद्य लिखती हैं, उनकी लेखिका की किताबें पढ़ ली मैंने. तो मैंने हिंदी में एक सर स्कूल में 4 लाइन की मुक्तक, जिन लोगों को नहीं मालूम उनको हिंदी में इसको हाइकू बोलेंगे, अंग्रेजी में, हिंदी में मुक्तक कहलाते हैं. मैंने अपनी स्कूल मैगजीन को ये सबमिट करके दिया और टीचर पूछते हैं तुमने लिखा है? क्योंकि मैंने क्या लिखा था बताता हूँ. मैं लिखा, मैं गरीबी हूँ, मैं तुम्हें चाहती हूँ, मैं तुम्हें छोड़ नहीं सकती क्योंकि तुम मुझे उससे ज़्यादा चाहते हो. वो टीचर कंफ्यूज ये तुमने लिखा है? मैं कहा सर मैंने लिखा है। कहीं से कॉपी नहीं करा ये? मैं कहा नहीं सर कॉपी नहीं करा। ये क्या है? मैंने कहा सर ये एक मुक्तक है। मुक्तक कविता होती है। मुक्तक क्या होता है? मैंने कहा सर एक ऐसी कविता जो छोटी होती है। ये तुम्हें कैसे मालूम? ये तो सिलेबस में भी नहीं था 10वीं क्लास के में। मैं कहा सर मैं ना अपनी बहन की किताबें पढ़ लेता हूँ, वो MA पढ़ रही हैं, BA MA की किताबें पढ़ लेता हूँ। तो मेरी लाइफ में क्या हुआ सर, मेरे को ना ज़्यादा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो आप बोल रहे हो ना पहले से पेल दी गई। मतलब आई वॉज पहले से ही सर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के व्यक्ति को बैंकिंग में डाल रखा है। मतलब सोच के देखो, शर्ट टक इन होती नहीं है और बैंकर बना के बैठा हुआ है। क्या बोले सर अपनी तो वो है ना, वो होता है ना सर, मतलब मैं क्या ही बोलूँ, थोड़ा और दर्द होने लग गया है बात सोच के एकदम से कि I thought that innovation is what I should contribute, but I found out that it is rather important to, जैसे कहते हैं ना कि जंगल का राजा बनने के लिए जंगल में होना पड़ता है गुरु, उसके बिना तो आप जंगल में ही नहीं हो तो राजा भी नहीं बनोगे। तो सर वो लेसन्स लाइफ के बड़े अजीब से रहे, जो कि चाहे वो छोटे क्लास में जैसा आपने बोला, मैं जल्दी घुस गया स्कूल में, कॉलेज में, फिर 1 साल ड्रॉप भी कर लिया, फिर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में भी आ गया। ये तो और फनी था, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज तो और ही ज़्यादा फनी था। मैं स्कूल का टॉपर था तो आगे की क्लास में बैठा करता था। एक दिन टीचर ने उठ के मेरे को चौक मारा पटाख, और मैं अब 15 साल का बच्चा हूँ तो मेरे कान लाल हो गए कि ये क्यों हुआ। अब हुआ क्या कि वो टीचर ने कुछ अंग्रेजी में लिखा हुआ था जो कि मेरी समझ में नहीं आया, एंड टीचर जस्ट लिटरली थॉट हे यू स्टैंड अप, एंड देन व्हाट इज दिस। मेरे को कुछ भी नहीं समझ में आया क्योंकि मैं क्लास पढ़ा ही नहीं अंग्रेजी में मैं तो हिंदी में पढ़ा हुआ क्लास में हूँ। तो उन्होंने जब मेरे से कुछ कुछ बोला, मैं इतना एम्बेरस हो गया कि अगली बार मैं क्लास में पीछे की रो बाद में मैं क्लास ही अटेंड नहीं करता था। तो भाइयों बहनों, इस क्लास में मैं एक बताना चाहता हूँ, मेरी कॉलेज में सर मेरी सप्लियाँ आती थी बैक टू बैक। ईयर 2 में ईयर 1 की सप्ली, ईयर 3 में ईयर 2 की सप्ली, ईयर 4 में ईयर 3 की सप्ली। हर सेमेस्टर में पिछले सेमेस्टर के एग्जाम हुआ करते थे। क्यों? क्योंकि मुझे सब्जेक्ट ही समझ में नहीं आ रहा। वो पता नहीं तारे जमीन पर वाला जो मेरा स्टेटमेंट है वो हो रहा होता था। मतलब वो कुछ योर लिप्स मूव बट आई कांट हियर व्हाट यू से, आई कैन नॉट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट यू आर सेइंग। तो सर टाइम से पहले घुस गए, लेकिन सर वो जो बाहर निकलने में दर्द हुआ ना, वो बहुत दर्द हुआ।
तो वो तो हमने देखा है आपके बाहर निकलने की जो जर्नी है। You always have a very tough time with the different regulators,
सर मैं आपको
including Delhi police.
सर एक बड़ी अजीब सी प्रॉब्लम है, मैं और बताता हूँ। आउटलायर होना बड़ा नेगेटिव लगता है। मतलब मैं अपने को आउटलायर नहीं बोल रहा, लेकिन जो अगर किसी से एक्सपेक्टेड ना हो ना कि तुम ये क्यों कर रहे हो, और आप सही भी जवाब दो तो होता अच्छा मैं इसीलिए कर रहे हो, वो मानने को तैयार नहीं होते। तो बड़ा टफ रहता है। सही कह रहे हो सर। लेकिन सर मैं उस तरह से बोलूँ तो आप दिल्ली में से बॉम्बे आए, और बॉम्बे में ये जो पैसे वाले लोग हैं तो इनके बीच में आप तो वैसे मतलब पढ़े तो आप दिल्ली के हो, तो हाउ इज बॉम्बे द मनी कल्चर डिफरेंट देन द दिल्ली द दिल वाला कल्चर?
मेरी थोड़ी सी आई एम हैविंग ए डिफरेंट ओपिनियन ऑन दिस।
अच्छा okay. बॉम्बे में ज़्यादा दिल वाले रहते हैं?
बॉम्बे में ज़्यादा दिल वाले हैं।
आमची मुंबई। सर बॉम्बे की स्पिरिट बड़ी अच्छी है, पानी भर जाता है लेकिन सब बॉम्बे स्पिरिट में तैर करके पहुंच जाते हैं ऑफिस। मतलब बाहर देखो, मैं ट्विटर की बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं खुद नहीं रहता यहाँ पे। सर मतलब आप बाहर से देखो तो ऐसा लगता है भाई लोग ये क्या कर रहे हैं इसमें। मतलब हमारा दिल्ली भी खराब शहर है, उसमें पोल्यूशन है और उसमें
नहीं, तभी यू हैव डिसाइडेड टू स्टे इन नोएडा व्हिच इज स्टिल पार्ट ऑफ यूपी, नॉट मूव टू दिल्ली।
बिल्कुल। तो सर ये बताओ, एज कल्चर ऑफ मैनी पीपल हैंडलिंग, because you've handled different skills, technology or operations and so on. What is the toughest skill to handle once you are at that seniority of responsibility? What is the toughest skill and how do you handle the skill which you are not aware of? मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी में कोई आपको सेल करने आया, आई एम अज्यूमिंग कि टेक्नोलॉजी की स्किल आप किसी और पे ट्रस्ट कर रहे हो, सो हाउ डू यू ट्रस्ट अबाउट अ डिसीजन व्हेन योर ओन स्किल इन दैट एरिया इज डिपेंडेंट ऑन समबडी एल्स?
So Vijay, I think more than a skill, okay, for especially certain leadership roles in whatever domain you have, this is more in terms of a state of mind. I think that's very, very critical because technical skills, domain knowledge, you have a lot of people who can do, and you can always use a common sense, okay, in terms of asking a right question and taking a call. But at least from my learning of now, it's almost 42 years in different roles. And this is true not only for a banker, I think even for the self-employed and the entrepreneurs, like you were saying. One part would be definitely in terms of अपने बारे में जितनी गलतफहमी है उसको निकाल दीजिए।
बस अपनी गलतफहमी हम कैसे जानेंगे?
ये जो सबसे बड़ी गलतफहमी है, we are the only one who know everything. We know everything.
हम ब्रह्मास्मि गलत है।
Everything is dependent on me. I am the person who can do anything. I think we are a very, very insignificant player in the whole scheme of things.
Wow, तालियां बजाइए।
I think that's very important. That would bring that you are grounded. The moment you are grounded, you feel like you are only playing a role. You are playing a role in the whole scheme of things. And in that particular role, the moment you are grounded, you would start respecting and hearing the other viewpoints. I think one of the mistakes which we make, like we think that we can drive everything, okay, but you can't do it. The second part would be always like every day we need to challenge ourselves. The day we think like we have reached to that perfection and there is nothing more than that, I think we make mistakes. Every day we need to challenge, and I think this is a culture which we need to build within the institutions also. That would also actually lead to what you are doing in terms of innovations. If you can't challenge yourself, I think you can never bring the innovations.
Thank you.
And the third part would be definitely, I think, a firm belief that anything which is happening, which you are becoming a part and you are instrumental, it cannot happen without the support of the people around you. And I think Yes Bank has been a very, very great example of this. The way the Government of India, the Reserve Bank of India, banks from public sector, private sector came together, okay, in terms of finding a solution. That is one part. The second thing, that 28,000 people from Yes Bank, okay, if they have not worked together in such difficult situation, I think we were still in a much better situation. You think about somebody who is posted at a branch. There are customers who is asking their money back from that person. They are being abused. They are being manhandled. There were COVID times. And still those people were having that confidence and conviction in the institution. And they are working tirelessly. So I think whatever has happened,
Awesome, awesome.
I think it's only like everybody.
सर ये बताइए, आप कोविड में लीडरशिप में उन लोगों को कैसे समझाओगे कि ये go ahead and face it? What makes them that special? हम लोग टीम रखते हैं अपनी अपनी, और कभी कुछ पैसे के लिए काम करते हैं, कुछ पद के लिए काम करते हैं, कुछ काम जो आपने बोला कार्य के लिए काम करते हैं, कुछ पर्पस के लिए काम करते हैं, और हर व्यक्ति का अपना अपना सम्मिश्रण मिक्स होता है कि कोई किस चीज़ की कितनी वेटेज रखता है. तो how do you judge a person and how do you recruit a person that belongs to the purpose? Because in interview everybody pretends like, लेकिन सब फिर HR के राउंड में बहुत पैसे ले लेते हैं और बाद में जाके फिर ESOP का वेट करते हैं.
So I think like all your selections are not 100% correct.
अच्छा, आप ये मानते हो?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
सब आ जाएगा.
सब कुछ आएगा. I think if you are able to do 50% right decision, you are good.
Oh wow.
There is nothing like a perfection in the life.
For every 2 decisions, 1 decision should be correct, other decision can be good or bad, whatever.
I think as long as 50% decisions are correct, you should feel very happy.
Wow, this is very hopeful life, sir.
No, I think this is very helpful. But the only thing would be,
जिंदगी में ऐसा हुआ नहीं है, एक गलती और पड़ाक.
नहीं, आपकी तो बहुत गलतियां हुई ना, एक थोड़ी.
कौन सी गलती की बात कर रहे हैं? कौन सी गलती की बात?
नहीं, अब मैं थोड़ी इसके बोलूंगा.
नहीं, आप बताइए.
मैंने आपके लिए क्या किया है कि वो जितना AI शुरू हो गया,
उससे पूछ लिया.
मैंने उससे पूछ लिया, सिर्फ गलतियां ही आ गई पूरी की पूरी.
अरे बड़े बाइस्ड होते हैं AI. आपने अगर सुना नहीं तो आज क्या बोला सबली लोगों ने, चाहे वो हमारे मिनिस्टर हों या कोई और रहे हों, सबने एक ही लाइन बोला, अनबायस्ड AI. ये सर बायस्ड लोग हैं, इनको पहले से इनको सर इग्नोर मारो।
नहीं नहीं, मैंने इग्नोर कर दिया।
सर आप चलो ठीक है, आपने क्या AI से पूछा? आई एम हैप्पी टू आंसर दैट।
नहीं, so basically what I asked from AI, I fully believe that. I am only saying your journey like entering into engineering college
बिल्कुल।
in 2000, you launched the 197 communication, right? Which has no connection with the finance. It was a pure tech platform.
Yes, sir.
In 2010, you decided to move into
Finance. बिल्कुल सर।
And all this data has been given by AI.
सर ये सही डेटा है।
He has not given.
बिल्कुल सही है।
What prompted you to move to the finance?
टू द
To the finance world?
ओह, तो मैं आप लोगों को ये बताना चाहता हूँ, मेरी ज़िंदगी में बड़ा आई हैव ऑलवेज फॉलोड द सोल्यूशन टू द प्रॉब्लम दैट आई एम फेसिंग। जैसे 2001 से 2010 तक टिल 2010 आई यूज्ड टू वर्क विद टेलीकॉम ऑपरेटर, and telecom operator, if you remember in those days, used to run these value added services company, you know, ringtone, ringback tones, all those kind of services. And sir वो हमें revenue share देते थे, जैसे बैंक कट करती हैं ऐसे हमारा कट कर देते थे। तो बहुत काटा उन्होंने हमारा ऐसे हर साल के बाद, जब इतना मतलब इतनी मेहनत कर रहे हैं वो रेवेन्यू शेयर ही कम कर देते थे। आई स्टार्टेड विथ 50% एंड इट एंडेड अप बिकमिंग 18%, और 18% पे वाइबिलिटी भी चैलेंज में आने लग गई थी, बिकॉज दे सेड के स्केल बढ़ गया, अब क्या करना है। तो मुझे लगा कि वो करते क्या हैं, व्हाट इज़ द USP एंड वैल्यू दैट आई एम सीकिंग देम। मुझे पता चला उनके पास सिर्फ चार्जिंग कैपेबिलिटी है, इट इज़ नथिंग टू डू विद एनी अदर फीचर। प्रोडक्ट हमारा, सर्विस हमारी, ये चार्जिंग कैपेबिलिटी है जो टेलीकॉम ऑपरेटर यूज़ करते हैं। सो आई सेड एक काम करते हैं, चार्जिंग अपनी बना लेते हैं। तो अपने लाइफ में स्मार्टफोन आया। अब स्मार्टफोन में ये ड्रीम तो था चार्जिंग बनाएं, लेकिन चार्जिंग एक सिर्फ कंटेंट के लिए, रिंगटोन, रिंगबैक टोन के लिए तो बनाना लॉजिकल भी नहीं है। और उस समय पे मेरी ज़िंदगी में मेरा वॉलेट रह गया, जैसा कि मैं फ्रंट पैकेट में वॉलेट पहनता हूँ, तो मैं रखता हूँ। तो क्या है कि सर मेरे को, मैं लाउंज में था दिल्ली की में, और मैं हांगकांग लैंड करा, LA जा रहा था, वॉलेट नहीं है। एंड आई वाज लाइक ये क्या पागलपन है यार। मैं फ़ोन कॉल पे बात करते करते एयरपोर्ट पे मैं बोर्डिंग में चला गया, फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर ली। तो मेरे को जेन्युइनली लगा कि ये क्या पागलपन है, सब कुछ फ़ोन पे आना चाहिए, उसमें ये पैसे अभी तक क्यों नहीं आए। एंड देन आई लिटरली स्टार्टेड टू सॉल्व फॉर दैट, एंड मैनी ऑफ यू मे नॉट बिलीव दिस, वी सॉल्व्ड द वॉलेट बिकॉज वी सॉल्व द यूज़ केस फर्स्ट। जैसे कहते हैं ना यूज़ केस करें, तो यूज़ केस सोचा, रिचार्ज यूज़ केस निकला पहला, कि सबसे ज़्यादा लोगों को रिचार्ज और बिल पेमेंट चाहिए, हर आदमी को चाहिए। मैं सोचा करता था पानी बेचूं, बस टिकट बेचूं, ट्रेन टिकट बेचूं, लेकिन मुझे सब एंड में आगे रिचार्ज समझ में आया कि एवरीबडी हु हैज़ अ फोन हैज़ अ रिचार्ज एंड बिल पेमेंट। तो जब पेमेंट गेटवे से पेमेंट हो जाती थी और रिचार्ज सक्सेसफुल हो जाता था, तो हम बहुत अच्छे प्लेटफॉर्म थे। और जैसे ही रिचार्ज सक्सेसफुल नहीं हुआ, लोग गाली देते थे, क्योंकि जो पैसे वापस जाते थे वो 7 और 5 दिन लगते हैं। बट एक्चुअली मैं सॉरी टू से दिस, हमारा बैंकिंग सिस्टम बहुत अमेजिंग है। पैसे लेने होते तो इमीडिएट ले लेते हैं, देने होते तो 7-7 दिन लगा देते हैं। एंड मैं टोटली कंफ्यूज। मैं अपने वो इंजीनियरिंग के बंदे से बात कर रहा हूँ, अरे यार वाई आर वी डिलेइंग इट, वाई इज इट नॉट गोइंग बैक इमीडिएटली टू द कस्टमर। एंड किसी को भी अच्छा नहीं लगता कि यू गेट अब्यूजेज ऑन सोशल मीडिया और अदरवाइज, कि भाई तूने मेरे पैसे ले लिए, कहाँ गए, एंड सो ऑन। इट वाज वेरी अनकंफर्टिंग। फिर एक रिव्यू डिस्कशन में मैंने ये पूछा, ये पैसे अभी कहाँ हैं, वेयर इज दिस मनी। तो ये ये मनी हमारे पास है, फ्लोटिंग कर रही है, और ये शाम को सेटल होगी, जिसमें ये वापस जाएंगे और फिर जो जर्नी आएगा। तो ऐसे इस पैसे को यहीं रोको और यहीं दिखा दो कस्टमर को कि ये रहे पैसे। एंड बिलीव मी, दैट इज हाउ पेटीएम बिल्ट पेटीएम वॉलेट। एंड देन we had this wallet which had 10 million customers, and I did not know there is a wallet license or something, because I did not have anything to do with the RBI in this case or regulator in this case. Then came this product manager, she joined from Fino, प्रेरणा कालरा। तो वो इंटरव्यू में हम रिक्रूट कर रहे थे, हमें लगा कि ये कोई पेमेंट गेटवे सॉल्यूशन इसके लाएगी। एंड शी सेड, विजय आपके पास ये वॉलेट है, अगर आप इसको PPI लाइसेंस ले लो तो ये दूसरे मर्चेंट पे भी यूज आएगा। मेरा पहला सवाल था, दूसरे मर्चेंट का क्या करेंगे, पैसे हमारे हैं, हमारे यहाँ पे रखे रहेंगे, हमारे यहाँ पे कहेगा, हम दूसरे को क्यों देंगे। उसने मेरे को समझाया कि आप PPI लाइसेंस लीजिए, उसका फायदा होगा। तो मे बी यू गाइज नो इट और नॉट, आवर PPI लाइसेंस विच वॉज अ प्रीपेड इंस्ट्रूमेंट एज वी कॉल इट, वॉज द लास्ट PPI लाइसेंस। जैसे ही RBI ने दिया, उसका बोल दिया कि नो मोर वॉलेट लाइसेंस विल बी इशूड। एंड आई वाज लाइक, वो बच गए। एंड 2014 में, 2013 में हमें लाइसेंस मिला, 2014 में वॉलेट मिला। अब प्रॉब्लम अगली आ गई, अब वॉलेट को सक्सेसफुल बनाओ। तो पहले आप चार्जिंग में गए, चार्जिंग से आप वॉलेट में गए, वॉलेट से आप इस वॉलेट को सक्सेस बनाने में गए। एंड वॉलेट में देखो कौन लोग ऑनलाइन पेमेंट करते थे 2014 में, आई डोंट हैव टू टेल यू। वहाँ फ्लिपकार्ट भी कैश ऑन डिलीवरी करता था, स्नैपडील, सारे लोग कैश ऑन डिलीवरी करते थे। एक ही कंपनी आई जिसने हमारे वॉलेट को यूज़ किया, वो थी ऊबर। तो ऊबर इस देश में लॉन्च हुई और हमारे दोस्त जो पॉइंट कर रहे हैं अपनी तरफ, उन्होंने इस वॉलेट को ऊबर में लगवाया और हमारा वॉलेट लॉन्च हो गया, पेटीएम वॉलेट। अब इस सब में प्रॉब्लम यह है कि ऑनलाइन देश के कितने लोग करेंगे, इंटरनेट कनेक्शन नहीं है। अभी तब तक ना जियो वर्ल्ड मार्ट था, ना जियो वर्ल्ड ड्राइव था, ना जियो का फ़ोन था। ये 2014 की बात है, जो हम यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं ऐसा नहीं था 2014 में। तो इंटरनेट भी नहीं है, डिवाइस भी नहीं है, तो भाई साहब इस वॉलेट का क्या करेंगे आप? अगेन अब इस वॉलेट को यूजफुल बनाने के लिए हमने सोचा कि दुकानों में लगाएंगे। तो आउट ऑफ द देन बाय दैट टाइम आई हैड ट्रेवल्ड चाइना, बट चाइना में सर पेमेंट करने में क्या होता है कि आप अपना QR फोन दिखाते हो और दुकानदार स्कैन करता है, जस्ट लाइक जैसे कि कस्टमर इज ओनली अ टोकन बट मर्चेंट इज टेकिंग द मनी। आई वाज लाइक ये तो चलेगा नहीं इंडिया में। क्यों? क्योंकि इंडिया में अगर मर्चेंट को कंप्यूटर खरीदना है तो मर्चेंट पॉस मशीन खरीद लेगा, ये तो बिल्कुल वाइबल नहीं है। तो मेरा ये क्रिएटिव आइडिया है, मैंने कहा इसको 180 डिग्री कर दो भाई साहब, आगे का माल पीछे, पीछे का माल आगे। अब देखो कैसा लग रहा है, लग तो सही रहा है लेकिन ये चलेगा किधर से? तो हमारा आइडिया ये था कि ये जो कार्ड मशीन्स हैं दे आर वेरी एक्सपेंसिव एंड दे इनहेरिट अ कैपेक्स एंड ओपेक्स टू द मर्चेंट। इसको पेपर कर दो इधर। कंप्यूटर जो चाहिए था, जो कंप्यूटिंग और नेटवर्क है, वो मोबाइल फ़ोन में है, तो कस्टमर से स्कैन कराएंगे। अब क्योंकि प्रीपेड इंस्ट्रूमेंट हमारा ही था as issuer, so regulator did not have an opinion on it, how are you making an acquiring of it? और rather आज मैं ये कह सकता हूँ, जिसमें मुझे पता भी नहीं था obviously कि ये ऐसे चलता है। So we started to give shop, अपने आसपास शॉप्स को हमने बोलना चालू कर दिया कि आप ये लगाइए। अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि शॉपकीपर के पास, हमारे ऑफिस के आसपास तो लोग थे, अब मुझे ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि ये चलेगा नहीं चलेगा। टिल द टाइम पीरियड एक ऑटो रिक्शा वाले ने, हमारे ऑफिस में एक लड़का आया, वो बोलता है विजय अभी पता है नीचे क्या हुआ, मेरे 67 रुपीज़, 67 रुपये फॉर ऑल अदर्स जो हिंदी भाषी हैं, 67 रुपये का 67 रुपीज़ का बिल था, मैंने ऑटो रिक्शा को 100 रुपये दिए। तो बोलता है खुले नहीं है, मैं कहा नहीं है। कहता है कुछ 70 रुपये है, तो कहता है नहीं है। कहता है पेटीएम आई हो, पेटीएम नहीं कर सकते? तो पूछता है अच्छा पेटीएम कैसे करते हैं भाई ये बता। तो उसने बोला कि ये देख मेरा QR और इसको पेमेंट कर दे। जिस दिन हमें ये पता चला कि ऑटो रिक्शा को समझ में आ गया पेटीएम करना क्या है, मैंने कहा जय हो भाई साहब गेम चेंज हो गई। सबसे लोएस्ट वैल्यू चेन के बंदे को समझ में आ गया पेटीएम करना क्या होता है। और बाद में फिर 2016 में नवंबर में जब कुछ हुआ, लोगों को लगा हमने वो करवाया है। मतलब इतनी बड़ी औकात होती तो आज ऐसी हालत नहीं होती। अब तो लोगों को पूरा क्लियर हो गया भाई आपका नहीं है वो, हमें समझ में आ गया।
So Vijay, what is next?
What is next?
अब बहुत हो गया पेटीएम करो, पुरानी बात हो गई।
बिल्कुल सर।
Now you need to think like what is next?
सर मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, 2005 में टेलीकॉम ऑपरेटर में काम किया, 2015 में पेमेंट में काम किया, 2025 में अपन AI में काम करेंगे।
क्या बात।
इस देश में अगर कोई व्यक्ति AI में काम नहीं कर रहा तो वो व्यक्ति फ्यूचर के लिए काम नहीं कर रहा, ये मैं बोल देता हूँ। एज पेटीएम मैं सर नया ब्रांड नेम भी डिक्लेयर करूंगा अभी थोड़े दिनों में, मैं बता रहा हूँ क्यों। क्योंकि मुझे एक समझ में आता है पेटीएम एक फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज पेमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी रिलेटेड वर्ड है, एंड दिस इज बिकॉज आई बिलीव इन दैट एज जनरेशन दैट वी आर अंडर एस्टिमेटिंग द पावर ऑफ AI एंड द चेंज इट विल ड्रामेटिकली ब्रिंग। मैं आप लोगों को, मैं अभी बे एरिया से घूम के आया, आप ये मान के चलो कि यहाँ पे हल्का हल्का AC चल रहा है, वहाँ पे आंधी चल रही है, मतलब आप उड़ जाओगे इतनी आंधी चल रही है। आपने देखा ही होगा वो 10-10 बिलियन 100-100 बिलियन डॉलर की डील हो रही है और नन ऑफ अस आर बॉदर्ड अबाउट इट। जब यहाँ पे फंडिंग हो रही थी, याद है 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14 बिलियन डॉलर फंडिंग वाज बिग। यू नो व्हाट इज कूल, $1 बिलियन इज कूल। फ्लिपकार्ट का जब $1 बिलियन राउंड हुआ था, आई वाज लाइक वाओ, $1 बिलियन की फंडिंग इंडिया में मिलेगी, हम भी रेज करेंगे। तो सर मेरा ये मानना है, many in this room are obviously financial industry people, no doubt about it, but I'm uncomforted by the fact that our country is not playing the opportunity of AI at a scale we need to play. If we fundamentally believe कि कंप्यूटर आया था तब अमेरिकन लोगों का ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम था, क्लाउड आया तो उनका ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम था, मोबाइल आया तो उनका ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम था, यार अब जब AI आया है कब तक तुम उनका ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम लेते रहोगे? चाइनीज लोगों ने रॉकेट बना दिया उनका.
And I think this is what is new India, where every Indian is very proud of what we are doing and how we can make our country.
Sir, I just want to tell you one thing, that everything right now, मतलब अगर मेरे पास 100 रुपए हैं तो मैं 100 को लिवरेज करके 1000 लगाना चाहता हूँ. आपसे आऊँगा लोन लेने. ये अब मैंने बैंकर बन के सीखा हूँ, 100 को 100 नहीं लगाना चाहिए, 100 का लिवरेज करके 1000 लगाना चाहिए. ये मेरे को बाद में पता चला.
It would be a good business for the bank also.
सर मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ, इंडिया को अपनी सॉवरेनिटी ऑफ AI, it is equivalent of virginity in a way. India should not give in to the sovereignty of AI to the foreign world at all. And in my belief, we as country are capable and will build it. और मैं एक और बात बता देता हूँ, ऐसा नहीं है कि एंड्रॉयड आया तो फिर खत्म हो गई दुनिया. आपने हुआवी का नाम सुना होगा, उनको एंड्रॉयड बंद कर दिया था और उसके बाद वो उन्होंने पूरा ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम और इकोसिस्टम बना लिया. सर जिस दिन इस देश में हम ये मानने लग जाएंगे ना कि हमारे देश के लोग कुछ बना सकते हैं, उस दिन इस देश में AI क्या, मैं एक कमिटमेंट दे सकता हूँ, द अमाउंट ऑफ एनर्जी एंड अमाउंट ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस दैट वी हैव, एंड फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम वी हैव एक्सेस टू द रिस्क कैपिटल. ये जो हम कहते हैं कि फंडिंग नहीं मिलेगी, ऐसा सही नहीं है. अब एटलीस्ट 2025 में सही नहीं है. 2015 में था, ये 2005 में था. तो एक तरीके से ये कह सकता हूँ कि 2005 के बाद 15 के बाद 25 में कैपिटल एक्सेस बढ़ा ही है. इट इज़ नॉट लेस. It is rather more. Now is the time for each of us, and especially the tech entrepreneurs, to take the bet that we will not let this company become controlled by any other country's AI.
And I think you have proved my point. This is the state of mind.
Oh, this is a state of mind.
This is absolutely like a state of mind which Vijay is talking about.
I am not living in this trance, I can tell you. I'm living in my trance, and in my world, it just seems like wind. वहाँ पे चल रही है आंधी, यहाँ चल रहा है हल्का हल्का स्लो पंखा, ऐसा लग रहा है. बिल्कुल.
So I think that's the real. I think the bajigar, and I think there are thousands and lakhs of these bajigars who are going to take this country to absolutely a next level. So I think that is exactly what all of us are need to look for.
Thank you. हमारा time is up. मैं यही कहने वाला था. Our conversation time is up. If you have a question, we can answer some questions. सर से या मेरे से किसी को क्वेश्चन हो, go ahead. जब तुम साइकिल से गिर जाते हो तो साइकिल चलाने वापस जाते हो? किस दिन साइकिल चलाना छोड़ते हो? जिस दिन आप डिसाइड कर लेते हो कि मेरे पे नहीं चलेगी. जब तक आप ये ना डिसाइड करते हो कि जो अभी हुआ है वो मेरी डेस्टिनी है, तब तक तो सब कुछ जर्नी है ना यार. अभी तो रास्ते में ही हो. Till the time period you sign on your failure and accept it, there is nothing in the world called failure. It is just a on the way journey. Yes, you will have, तुम्हारे पैर में लग रही होगी, चोट लग रही होगी, फिर साइकिल चला रहे होगे, लेकिन चलाने जाओगे ना, वो वाली बात है. तो ये सब जो चीज़ है ना, देखो नॉर्मल लाइफ स्टोरी बनाती है, और जब ऐसी वाली लग रही होती है तो फोकलोर बनती है. मोटिवेशन है. यस सर. जी सर. सर आई वॉज लिटिल बिट सरप्राइज व्हाट हैपेंड, और मैं बस यही बोलूँगा कि आई वाज लाइक दिस इज़ नॉट समथिंग इट वाज एक्सपेक्टेड टू हैपन, एंड मे बी देयर इज सम अननोन थिंग दैट माइट हैव हैपेंड, बट इट कांट बी सो बैड. एंड आई कैन ओनली से दिस, जैसा सर ने बताया, आई कैन ओनली से दैट अमाउंट ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट एंड ऑनर दैट आई हैव फॉर आवर गवर्नमेंट रेगुलेटर आफ्टर व्हाट हैपेंड इज सो इमेंस दैट आई कांट पुट द वर्ड्स इन एनफ इन ग्रेटिट्यूड दैट आई हैव. सो उस टाइम पे लगा था ये क्या हुआ, लेकिन आई वॉज मोर थिंकिंग कि ये रोल करके कहाँ रुकेगा, उसके बाद चलना चालू करेंगे। तो 1-2 दिन तक तो साइजिंग अप में प्रॉब्लम लगती है कि व्हाट हैपेंड, बट वंस आई न्यू दैट दिस हैज हैपेंड, आई थिंक आई कुड रिकवर बैक। सो इट इज ओके टू गो थ्रू सम ट्रबल्स जिसमें कि पता ही ना हो कि क्या हुआ।
And this has also forced him to think about AI.
I like the way you say it, sir.
That gives a different opportunity always.
Oh yes, भगवान जो देखो, जब बहुत ज्यादा टेढ़ा मेढ़ा हो रहा हो ना, तो भगवान आपको नच कर रहा है, अबे उधर जाना, क्यों यहाँ पे खड़ा हुआ है, वहां जा। ऐसे भी सोच सकते हो। शायद एक लॉन्गर आर्क में मैं ये बोलूंगा जो आपने सर बोला कि who knew on that day I was feeling pained and that was the biggest gain of my life. Who knows? So there could be that kind of thing. Yes sir. Please. हाँ हाँ हाँ, चेन्नई में ही पैदा हुआ है। हाँ 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 AGF क्या है? AGI। ओके ठीक है, ओके हाँ। नहीं देखो यार, देखो मैं एक बात बोलना चाहता हूँ, मैं बहुत सारी कंपनीज में इन्वेस्ट करने जाता हूँ। जब मैं कॉलेज के बाहर वाले फ्रेशर्स लोगों को एक तरीके से कॉलेज के अंदर, जब भी कभी कॉलेज के अंदर बुलाया जाता है किसी इन्वेस्टमेंट इवेंट में, तो 2 स्टार्टअप जरूर नोट शेयरिंग की होंगी वहाँ पे। वो जरूर नोट शेयरिंग के हम फोटो कॉपी कराते हैं, बट दिस इज नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम, वी वांट टू सॉल्व इट बाय दिस, ऐसे बात करते हैं। फिर उसके बाद जब आप थोड़ी देर आगे जाते हो तो वो लॉजिस्टिक्स सॉल्व करते हैं, क्योंकि उनको लगता है यार सामान ही नहीं आ रहा, ये क्या पागल है, ये वो है। सो यू सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम एट यू आर स्टैंडिंग एट अ वांटेज पॉइंट। जो इस देश के बड़े लोग हैं ना, वो एयरपोर्ट बना रहे हैं, वो मिल बना रहे हैं, मतलब वो बहुत कुछ और कर रहे हैं। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि जब प्रॉब्लम को अच्छी तरह समझने के बाद सॉल्व करना, चाहे वो अलीबाग से आने वाला एलॉन मस्क हो या फिर चेन्नई से आने वाला मैं कहूँगा अरविंद हो। बाय द वे टुमारो आई हैव अ कॉल विद अरविंद, वी हैव अ टॉक, यू कुड आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन टू हिम। एंड इट डज नॉट मैटर कि कौन कहाँ से आ रहा है, जब आपको प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए हिट करेगी ना, उसके बाद सब कुछ आपको सब सॉल्व हो जाएगा। मतलब यू विल नॉट सी एनीथिंग एल्स, यू विल बी सो परस्यूइंग इट दैट यू विल नॉट स्टॉप एट एनी स्टॉप दैट इट शोज। मैं 2016 में मेरे से किसी ने बोला कि इंडिया का गूगल है, इंडिया का फेसबुक है, इंडिया का अमेजोन है, तो इंडिया का पेपाल क्यों नहीं होगा। तो मैंने कहा, मैं स्टेज पे खड़ा हुआ था, 2016 की बात है, आई डोंट थिंक दैट आई हैड सम फंडिंग बट नॉट डिमोनेटाइजेशन हैड नॉट हैपेंड। सो जनवरी की बात है। तो मैंने बोला मैं आपको ये लिख के दे सकता हूँ कि इस देश में इंडिया का पेपाल नहीं होगा, चाहे मैं हूँ या ना हूँ, लेकिन इस कंट्री से बनेगा। एंड आई सेड मैनी सुपरलेटिव वर्ड्स, जैसे अब मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोलना चाहता, वो थोड़े ऑकवर्ड लगेंगे। तो किसी ने पूछा इतना कॉन्फिडेंस कहाँ से आता है। तो मैंने ये बात बोली कि जब आपका मिशन इतना पायस होना, जब आपका कर्तव्य इतना पवित्र होना, सारे दरवाजे खुल जाते हैं और सारी भीड़ खाली हो जाती है और सारे रास्ते बन जाते हैं। Have a mission so pious that everything else seems like such a limitation कि वो problem ही ना नजर आए। And that is what I would say.
And now regulator is asking to stop.
Oh.
No, I'm sure there's so many questions.
Sure.
I think we'll
This is
take
the last show, right?
one final question, sir.
Okay.
All right, one question, please. Yes, ma'am.
3 लोग ने रेज कर दिया और उन्होंने 1 बोला है, तो तीनों एक साथ बोल दो, मैं एक बार में जवाब दे दूंगा। हम बोलेंगे सर एक ही सवाल आया था।
Sir, just a moment. We'll just take it from the ma'am, please. Ma'am, please go ahead.
पहले
quickly.
ma'am.
Yes.
Hi, my name is CRED. I have a question for you. At what age did you start something of your own? And when you did it not scare you to leave something that's very secure and give it?
Good one. And your question? I got it. Okay. मैं बॉलीवुड बफ नहीं हूँ। ओके, श्योर, नो प्रॉब्लम, आई गॉट इट। तो सबसे पहले व्हेन यू कभी यार
So, yeah.
इतने पैसे में इतना ही मिलेगा।
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We have to quickly wrap this up.
जल्दी और यार ये अब देखो मैम
Sir,
ये
sir,
वो
we'll
raise
just close
कर
with the
दिया।
4
मैं बहुत
questions.
सारे
I
question reject
completely
करूँगा।
understand. Samajh
Okay,
sakti hu, sir.
so
Yes.
it was an easy one.
Yeah.
When I started, remember I told you मेरी सप्ली आनी थी स्कूल में, कॉलेज में, तो मुझे लग गया था कि जॉब तो लगेगी नहीं। अब जब मतलब कॉलेज में जब अपनी क्लास में ऐसे ऐसे तोड़ू टॉपर हैं और डीपीएस की टॉपर हमारी क्लासमेट थी, कोई उस बोर्ड का टॉपर हमारा, मतलब आई न्यू दैट आई एम आउट ऑफ दिस लीग ऑफ गेटिंग अ जॉब. सो आई हैड एन ऑब्लिगेशन टू फाइंड अ जॉब बाय गोइंग टू डू जॉब्स. सो कॉलेज में मैं इंटरव्यू देने जाता था और जो HTML जावा स्क्रिप्ट की जॉब होती थी मैं वहाँ इंटरव्यू देता था और वो लोग जॉब देते थे तो मैं मना करके कहता था आपके पास काम होगा आप काम दे दो, मैं कंप्यूटर सेंटर से करके दे दूंगा. सो आई गॉट एडिक्टेड टू डू द बिजनेस इन कॉलेज बिकॉज आई न्यू आई मे नॉट गेट द जॉब instead of getting a job. So for me it was no cozy alternate. I had only one way to go, up and above and straight and out. I had nothing at the back end. जिनका कोई नहीं होता ना उनका खुदा ही होता. और आपका सवाल ये है कि मैं किस में इन्वेस्ट करता हूँ? अरे मैं नहीं, आई इन्वेस्ट इन फ्रेंड्स एंड फैमिली. UPI इज सैचुरेटेड और नॉट, NPCI की इवेंट में खड़े हैं, कैसा सवाल पूछ रहे हो? और AI में मैं कह रहा हूँ बहुत अच्छा काम करता हूँ. थैंक यू वेरी मच गाइज, इट वॉज ग्रेट सीइंग यू.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma. Thank you, Mr. Prashant Kumar. Could we just have a quick photograph together? A quick photograph together at the center, please, at the center of the stage. Thank you so much once again. It's always a pleasure to hear you. And if you do have any further questions, you can put it on the app, ladies and gentlemen. Those questions can go in the app, as all of you are aware of that, and we can take those a little later. Thank you once again to the gentleman on the stage. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close it and come to the wrap of day one, quickly I would like to thank our gracious partners who are our gold partners. Our gold partners on limit, BriskPay, Union Bank of India, Airtel Payments Bank, as well as Nucleus Software, Stripe, PaySecure, Finvu, and Sphereverity. Thank you so much to all of our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, this was day one of the Global Fintech Fest 2025. Lovely to see the energy, lovely to see the excitement in all of you. We thank our speakers, moderators, the audience, all of you, of course, and we shall be back tomorrow. Of course, looking forward to a phenomenal day 2 and day 3. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Thank you so much once again.